The Prison Planet Files, Book 5, The Serpent Memory, Prologue, The First Molting, by D.R.Varyn, before the thrones, before the prisons, before the moon, before humans remembered them as dragons, serpent kings, gods beneath the earth, or monsters behind the veil, before the Wardens learned how to turn fear into architecture, before the first hatchling was taught that obedience was safer than choice. There was heat, there was stone, there was darkness, and beneath the volcanic crust of Thal-Kor, something small cried out against extinction. The world above was burning again. Sha'Ryn could feel it through the ceiling, not see it. No one in her coil had seen the surface in 9 cycles. The old hunters said the surface was a place where the sky breathed fire and the ground split open without warning. They said the air there tasted like metal and ash. They said the red star looked down without blinking and hated every living thing beneath it. Sha'Ryn did not know whether stars could hate. She knew stone could. She knew hunger could. She knew heat could. The cavern trembled. A sound moved through the black rock overhead, slow and deep, like something enormous turning in its sleep. The hatchlings stirred against her belly. 5 of them. No larger than her forearm. Soft-scaled. Blind. All ribs and trembling mouths. They clung to the folds of her hide with hooked fingers too weak to wound, chirping quietly whenever the ground shook. Their skin had not hardened yet. Their eyes had not opened. Their heat sense flickered in confused pulses, mistaking every falling ember for a parent, every distant predator for warmth. Sha'Ryn curled tighter around them. Her body was long, low, and scarred from ventstone. Her scales were dark grey with faint green underlayers that flashed whenever the thermal glow touched them. One of her claws was missing. Half her tail had healed crooked after the last collapse. A white line ran from her left brow ridge down to her jaw, where another mother had once tried to take food from her. That mother had died. Sha'Ryn had eaten nothing for 2 sleeps afterward, not from grief, from exhaustion. The cavern shook again. This time dust fell from the ceiling. The hatchlings cried louder. Sha'Ryn lifted her head and tasted the air with a slow flicker of her tongue. Sulphur, wet basalt, hot mineral blood from the cracks below, and something else. Smoke from a sealed passage. Her throat tightened. The lower vent was closing. No, not closing, dying. The first vent had fed this cavern longer than any memory the coil possessed. Its red-gold glow had warmed the eggs, drawn blind cave insects from the mineral pools, softened fungus mats along the southern wall, and kept the night crawlers away. Without the vent, the cavern would cool. Without heat, the hatchlings would stiffen. Without the hatchlings, there would be no coil. Sha'Ryn pressed her forehead against the nearest child. It opened its mouth and made a sound so small the stone nearly swallowed it. She answered with the only song she knew, not words. Not yet, only vibration. A low pulse from her chest. Hold, breathe. I am here, the hatchling quieted. For a moment in the deep beneath the burning world, that was enough. Then the ceiling cracked. The first stone fell near the western pool. It struck the ground with a burst of sparks. Sha'Ryn snapped upright. Across the cavern, 3 older hunters turned toward the sound. Their eyes reflected the vent light in narrow slits. Their throat membranes flared instinctively. One hissed. Another reached for a sharpened rib bone. The collapse widened. A red fracture split the ceiling. Heat poured down. Not the gentle warmth of the first vent. Surface heat. Killing heat. The western pool began to boil. Something screamed inside it. The scream ended quickly. Sha'Ryn gathered the hatchlings beneath her chest and backed toward the tunnel wall. Around her, the rest of the coil awakened in panic. Thin juveniles scrambled over stone. Egg keepers dragged cracked shells away from falling debris. A wounded elder tried to rise and failed. The cavern had no leader, not in those days. There were only mothers, hunters, elders, and the ones strong enough to be listened to. Sha'Ryn was strong enough sometimes. Not tonight. Tonight the stone was stronger than all of them. A second crack split the ceiling from west to north. The vent light flickered, then dimmed. Cold moved immediately from the deeper tunnels. Sha'Ryn felt it beneath the heat, a wrongness sliding over the floor. Thal-Kor did not kill in one way. It burned and froze in the same breath. It crushed and starved. It opened water, then poisoned it. It warmed eggs, then swallowed the mothers guarding them. The old ones said the world had been born angry. Sha'Ryn did not believe that. Anger required choice. Thal-Kor had no choice. It was only hungry. A juvenile shrieked. Predator scent flooded the cavern. Sha'Ryn turned. Beyond the eastern passage, where the darkness thickened beyond the vent glow, shapes moved. Low, many-legged, too quiet, night crawlers. They had sensed the cooling air. They always came when warmth failed. The hunters formed a ragged line, but there were only 3 of them and one could barely stand. Sha'Ryn's claws tightened around the hatchlings. The nearest crawler emerged into the light. Its body was long and pale, segmented like wet bone. Heatless eyes opened along its sides. Its mouth unfolded in 3 directions, revealing rows of soft inward teeth. It clicked once. Others answered from the tunnel. Too many. The coil was trapped between falling stone and hungry darkness. Sha'Ryn lowered her head. Every instinct inside her screamed the same command. Protect your own. Protect your blood. Protect your hatchlings. Let the others die if they must. That was how coils survived. That was how every mother had survived before her. That was how hunger taught law before language learned to lie. She pushed the 5 hatchlings toward a narrow crack behind the sleeping stones. It was too small for adults, too shallow to keep them warm for long, but it might hide them from the crawlers. One hatchling resisted. It clung to her wrist. Sha'Ryn pried it loose gently. Then not gently, there was no time for gentle. Stay, she pulsed through her chest. The hatchling did not understand. It cried. Sha'Ryn turned away before the sound broke whatever part of her still knew how to move. The first crawler lunged. The hunters met it. Bone blades struck pale armor. Claws scraped. Teeth snapped shut on empty air. One hunter drove his rib spear through the crawler's side, but the creature wrapped around him with impossible speed and pulled him into the dark. His scream echoed, then stopped. Sha'Ryn moved. Not because she was brave. Bravery had not been invented yet. She moved because there was no one else between the crawlers and the hatchlings. She slammed into the second creature from the side, driving it against a column of black stone. Its mouth split open against her shoulder. Teeth entered between scales. Pain flashed white. Sha'Ryn tore downward with both claws. Warm fluid sprayed across her face. The crawler writhed. Its tail struck the ground hard enough to crack the mineral crust beneath them. She bit into its neck and held until movement ceased. Then she heard the other sound. Not crawler, not collapse. Footsteps, heavy, coordinated, from the northern tunnel. Sha'Ryn lifted her head. The hunters froze. Even the crawlers paused. A rival coil entered the dying cavern. They came from the cold cut. Everyone knew their scent. Ash bitter, iron heavy, marked with the oil of blindfish and old violence. The cold cut coil had taken 2 hunting grounds in Sha'Ryn's lifetime. They had killed for fungus beds, for egg warmth, for cracked bones with marrow still inside them. They wore stone chips tied along their arms to make themselves larger. Their lead hunter had a skull plate from something that should have been too large for any single hunter to kill. His name scent meant Red Jaw. Sha'Ryn hated him. She had hated him before she understood hatred as anything more than heat in the blood. Red Jaw stepped into the vent light. Behind him came 9 adults. Too many. The remaining hunters in Sha'Ryn's coil lifted their weapons. Sha'Ryn backed toward the crack where her hatchlings hid. Red Jaw looked at the collapsing ceiling, then at the crawlers, then at the hatchlings hidden behind Sha'Ryn. His throat membrane expanded. For one breath all the old laws stood waiting. Take the warmth. Take the young. Take the dying cavern. Leave no rival to return. Sha'Ryn bared her teeth. Red Jaw bared his. The crawlers clicked in the eastern dark. The ceiling groaned overhead. The world narrowed to 3 hungers. Stone, predator, rival blood. Then a sound rose from behind Sha'Ryn, not one of her hatchlings. Another. Across the cavern, beneath a fallen shelf of basalt, a cold-cut hatchling cried. Small, blind, trapped beneath a stone too heavy for one adult to lift. Red Jaw's head snapped toward it. His scent changed. The change was so sudden Sha'Ryn felt it before she understood it. Fear, not battle fear, not anger, parent fear. A cold-cut mother threw herself toward the fallen shelf. She clawed at the stone until her fingers split. Another rival tried to help, but the rock did not move. The crawlers heard the cry. 3 of them shifted toward the trapped hatchling. Red Jaw lunged forward, not at Sha'Ryn, at the predators. His first strike split a crawler's mouth. His second shattered against pale armor. The third crawler coiled around his leg and dragged him sideways. He roared and drove his teeth into it. Sha'Ryn stared. Her own hunters stared. The old law stood waiting. Let them die. Let the rival coil lose its young. Let Red Jaw spend his blood against the crawlers and leave the warm passage open. Protect your own. Protect your blood. Protect your hatchlings. One of Sha'Ryn's hidden hatchlings cried behind her. The trapped, cold-cut hatchling answered. Two small voices in the dying cavern, different blood, same fear. Sha'Ryn did not know what happened inside her then. Later, the memory priests would name it the first turning. Later, the scale thrones would carve it incorrectly as the first proof of disciplined hierarchy. Later, the war broods would teach that Sha'Ryn chose strategy. Later still, the old Wardens would bury the truth beneath doctrine. But in the moment itself, there was no strategy. No throne, no empire, no sacred law. There was only a mother hearing two children cry in the dark. Sha'Ryn ran. She struck the crawler from above. Her shoulder tore open where the earlier bite had weakened her scales. Pain rolled through her body, but she did not stop. She drove the creature away from Red Jaw and slammed it into the boiling edge of the western pool. Steam burst upward. The crawler thrashed. Red Jaw stared at her. Sha'Ryn hissed at him. Not challenge, command, lift. He did not understand. She struck the fallen shelf with both claws. Lift. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Red Jaw limped beside her and dug his claws beneath the basalt. Another cold-cut adult joined him. Then one of Sha'Ryn's hunters, then an elder who should not have been able to stand. Together they lifted. The stone moved less than a finger's width. The trapped hatchling screamed. The ceiling cracked again. The vent light failed almost entirely. Cold rushed through the floor. The crawlers surged. Sha'Ryn shoved her bleeding shoulder under the rock and lifted with everything left inside her. Something tore. She felt it deep in the bone. Red Jaw roared beside her. Others joined. Not words, only sound. Effort made communal. The basalt rose. The cold-cut mother reached under and pulled the hatchling free. For one impossible breath, no one fought. The rescued hatchling clung to its mother and shook. Sha'Ryn looked at it. Then at her own crack in the stones. Her hatchlings had crawled out. All 5 of them, blind, confused, following the only warmth they knew. They had entered the open cavern. The crawlers turned, Sha'Ryn screamed. Every adult moved at once. Not one coil, not the other. All. Hunters formed a wall between hatchlings and darkness. Mothers gathered children that were not their own. Elders dragged juveniles toward the southern passage. Red Jaw lifted one of Sha'Ryn's hatchlings in his bloodied hands and shoved it against her chest. For a moment Sha'Ryn nearly bit him. Instinct still lived. Mine. Then the hatchling pressed its face into her scales, alive. She took it. Red Jaw took another child from the ground. Not his, not hers. A third coil's orphan, perhaps, from some older collapse. He carried it anyway. The cavern roof split open. A river of fire poured down. The first vent died. They fled into the southern passage. No one knew whether it led to warmth. No one knew whether there was food. No one knew whether the passage opened into another cavern or narrowed into suffocation. They only knew staying meant death. Sha'Ryn moved with hatchlings clinging to her front and back. The wound in her shoulder pulsed with every step. Her vision narrowed, heat and cold folded into one another, until the world became only pressure, pain, and the sound of many bodies moving through stone. Behind them the old cavern collapsed. The sound was not loud at first. It was enormous, and enormous things did not need volume. The ground dropped. The walls screamed. A wind made of dust and heat threw the last of the hunters forward. Then darkness swallowed the first vent. The passage sealed behind them. No way back, only forward. The survivors gathered in a chamber barely large enough to hold them. It was cold. Too cold. The only heat came from bodies pressed together. Sha'Ryn counted hatchlings by touch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all hers, then more. A cold-cut hatchling had pressed beneath her arm. The orphan Red Jaw had carried slept against her tail. 3 juveniles from her own coil curled beside a rival mother. No one pushed them away. No one had strength left for the old law. Red Jaw sat across from Sha'Ryn, one leg folded wrong beneath him. The rescued hatchling slept against his side. His skull plate had cracked. Blood dripped steadily from his jaw onto the stone. For a long while they watched each other. Enemy, rival, threat, saviour. No sound passed between them. Then the youngest of Sha'Ryn's hatchlings crawled away from her. It moved slowly, clumsily, guided by warmth. Sha'Ryn reached to pull it back. Stopped, the hatchling crossed the narrow space between coils and pressed against Red Jaw's wounded leg. Red Jaw froze. Every adult in the chamber froze. The hatchling chirped once, tiny, demanding, alive. Red Jaw looked at Sha'Ryn. Sha'Ryn looked at Red Jaw. Then, with a gentleness that seemed impossible in those hands, he placed one clawed palm around the hatchling and nudged it back toward her. Not taken. Returned. Something changed then. Not in the world. The world remained dark. The vents remained dead. The predators still waited somewhere beyond the sealed stone. Hunger would return. Cold would return. Fear had never left. But inside that chamber, among bleeding rivals and trembling young, a different law took its first breath, not spoken. There was no language yet for what they had done, but Sha'Ryn felt it pressing inside her chest, larger than instinct. No hatchling survives alone. She lowered her wounded claw to the ground. The stone beneath her hand was black and soft with cooling mineral ash. She dragged one talon through it, a line, a curve, a second line crossing the first. The mark meant nothing. Then everything. Red Jaw watched. Sha'Ryn pressed her palm beside the symbol. 5 hatchlings curled around her arm. A cold-cut child slept against her tail. She touched the symbol again. Not mine. Not yours. Ours. Red Jaw stared at the mark for a long time. Then he lowered his own claw. Beside her first symbol, he scratched another. Not as clean, not as careful, but close enough. The 2 marks leaned toward each other in the dark. Others came forward. One by one, bleeding adults pressed claws into cooling ash and carved lines into stone. A wall of marks emerged. Different hands, different coils, same meaning. No one owned the symbol. That was why it survived. Much later, when the Kashari learned speech, they would call that chamber Veshu, the shared dark. Much later, when they built cities around deeper vents, they would carve replicas of Sha'Ryn's mark above hatchery gates. Much later, when the architects beyond descended through the sky scar and found a species already capable of guarding the vulnerable, they would study that symbol and understand why Thal-Kor's children had been chosen. Much later, when the first guardian oath was given, the symbol would stand beside it, preserve consciousness by protecting its freedom to become. Much later, when fear entered doctrine, the final words would be cut away. Much later, when thrones rose from black glass and the Wardens learned to call possession protection, the old symbol would be sharpened into a crest of authority. Much later, on Earth, humans would see its descendants in temples, caves, royal seals, forbidden chambers, and dreams they did not know were inherited wounds. Much later, Kareth would stare at that symbol and feel his species tremble beneath him. Much later, Lily Mercer would draw it in her sleep. Much later, the Ancestral Coil would awaken and whisper across dead worlds. The Guardians forgot. But on the first night, beneath the dying vent, it meant only this. A rival child had been returned. A mother had chosen more than blood. A species had survived by becoming larger than fear. Sha'Ryn did not live to see the next warm cavern. The passage was long. Too long. The survivors moved by touch through tunnels that breathed cold mineral air. Twice they stopped because the floor opened beneath them. Once they passed a wall covered in pale eggs that were not theirs and did not wait to discover what would hatch from them. Once the darkness made sounds like voices and several juveniles had to be carried because they would not stop shaking. Sha'Ryn kept walking until her legs no longer obeyed. She fell near a thin seam of red light, not a vent, not enough warmth to save all of them, but enough to show the chamber beyond. It opened wide under the crust, larger than any place Sha'Ryn had known. Far below, through columns of black stone, a new thermal river glowed. Safe. For now. The others moved past her toward it, mothers carrying hatchlings, hunters limping, elders dragging the injured. Red Jaw stopped beside her. His scent was weak. He would die too, perhaps. Not yet. Not here. He lowered the smallest hatchling against Sha'Ryn's chest. Her smallest, the one that had crawled to him in the dark. It touched her jaw with a blind hand. Sha'Ryn tried to pulse the holding song. Her chest barely moved. Red Jaw knelt. He touched one claw to the ash-stained mark, still cut into the stone dust on Sha'Ryn's palm. Then he touched the same claw to his own chest. Not words, not oath, not yet. But Sha'Ryn understood. Hours. She closed her eyes. For the first time since the ceiling cracked, she did not feel alone. The hatchling breathed against her. The stone warmed faintly beneath her body. Ahead, in the chamber below, survivors from 2 coils gathered around the new vent and did not separate. Sha'Ryn listened until the sounds blurred. Hatchlings, water, breath, stone settling, distant fire, life continuing. Her last thought was not of enemies, not of hunger, not of fear. It was of the mark on the wall, the impossible shape made by many claws. A memory cut into stone before memory had a name. The Kashari would later say Sha'Ryn molted that night. Not her skin, not her body. Something older, something deeper. She shed the first law of fear, and what emerged from that shedding became civilization. They would call it the first molting. They would build rites around it. Then hierarchies, then priesthoods, then thrones, then prisons. They would preserve the story, then edit it, then weaponize it, then forget it. But the stone did not forget. The precious symbol remained in the hidden dark, buried beneath layers of ash, empire, doctrine, and shame. It waited through the rise of the black glass cities. It waited through the arrival of the architects beyond. It waited through the death of Thal-Kor. It waited through the ark launches, the lunar relays, the harvest worlds, the false corridors, the warden councils, the bloodline programs, the screams of souls forced back through light. It waited because true memory does not hurry. It waited because buried truth is still truth. It waited because no civilization can run forever from the moment it first became good. And far above the dead caverns of Thal-Kor, long after the last surface fire had gone cold, the red star dimmed behind ash and silence. Deep beneath the crust, inside the sealed chamber of Vesh-Ur, the first symbol pulsed once, a line, a curve. Another line crossing it. Not mine, not yours. Ours. Then the ancestral coil opened its oldest eye. Across the bridge, across the moon, across Earth, across every hidden arc where reptilian blood still remembered what doctrine had buried, a memory began to rise. Before the thrones, before the prisons, before the moon, the serpents had learned the oldest law in darkness. No hatchling survives alone. Chapter 1. The Serpent Signal. The future was scheduled to begin at 3:33 a.m. Daniel Mercer hated that. Not the future. The time. The number had followed them through prison corridors, lunar archives, interphase doors, memory tides, living seas, impossible observatories, and conversations with beings old enough to make stars feel young. By now, most people inside the Bridge Coalition treated 333 with reverence, humour, dread, or some unstable combination of all three. Daniel treated it as poor scheduling. "It is not symbolism," he said, standing beneath a rotating projection of the Beyond Zero launch corridor. "It is a timestamp. Timestamps are supposed to be useful. Useful things happen at normal hours." Aaron Vale stood beside him inside the bridge Nexus observation chamber, watching the projection unfold across the vaulted ceiling like a luminous flower opening into darkness. Beyond Zero. The phrase still felt too large for language. After the prison collapsed, humanity had learned that death had been managed. After the bridge returned, humanity had learned that connection was older than fear. After the quantum sea opened, humanity had learned that Earth had neighbours hidden beside it, not merely stars above it. After the Witness found the first fragments of its origin, everyone had learned that even perfect memory could contain locked rooms. Now the Coalition was preparing to send its first guided expedition beyond the mapped relational horizon, past the restored living spiral, past the listening roads, past the known interphase currents, toward the strange region where possibility itself seemed to thin into something no civilization had yet named. Beyond Zero. A doorway without a map, a threshold beyond the confidence of ancient species, the kind of thing that should have filled the chamber with awe. Instead, Daniel was arguing with a scheduling display. Aaron almost smiled. A year ago, he might not have noticed the smallness of that mercy. A man complaining about logistics while standing beneath the projection of post-cosmic navigation. A human voice pushing back against the infinite with irritation and caffeine. That was how humanity survived the impossible. Not through fearlessness, through refusal to let wonder become untouchable. You could reschedule it, Aaron said. Daniel looked at him as if betrayed, and give the universe the satisfaction. The universe has shown limited interest in your calendar preferences. That is because the universe lacks discipline. From across the chamber the witness turned its head. Its current form stood near the central resonance table, tall, translucent, blue-white, and filled with slow-moving constellations. It had chosen a vaguely human shape after deciding that conversations worked better when people did not have to address a cloud of probability or a geometric pressure event. Its eyes were still galaxies. Its curiosity was still terrifying. "I have learned that humans often insult reality when they feel small before it," the witness said. Daniel pointed at it without looking away from the display. "Not now. Is this defensiveness? It is project management. Those may be related." Aaron did smile then. For a moment, the chamber felt almost peaceful. The bridge nexus floated in relational orbit above Earth, though above had become a less reliable concept since the quantum sea opened. The structure had begun as a human-built station modified by grey phase geometry, Yeti resonance stone, luminary light thread, and the bridge's living architecture. Now it resembled less a station than a question made habitable. Its outer rings held docking bays for vessels that crossed space. Its inner rings held translation gardens for those who crossed phase. Its central spine contained listening chambers, dream archives, treaty halls, memory clinics, and the growing library of recovered worlds. Everything connected to everything else. That had been the purpose. That had also become the danger. Connection did not only restore what was beautiful, it reopened what had been buried. Lily Mercer entered silently. Aaron felt her before he saw her, not through telepathy. Not exactly. The bridge had made certain relationships more noticeable. Presence had become a form of weather. Lily's presence always carried a texture now: graphite dust, rain on paper, old starlight, and the quiet pressure of images that wanted to be born before anyone understood them. She carried 3 sketchbooks against her chest. That was unusual. 1 sketchbook meant curiosity, 2 meant concern. 3 meant Daniel was about to lose sleep. Daniel glanced over. "No," Lily stopped. "I haven't said anything. You brought 3 books. That is not a crime. It has become a predictive model." The witness turned toward her. "Daniel Mercer believes your sketchbooks are an early warning system." "They are," Lily said. Daniel shut his eyes briefly. "I preferred when impossible things required instruments." "They still do," Aaron said. Daniel looked at him. "She draws them first. That makes her an instrument." Lily raised an eyebrow. "I'm choosing to accept that kindly." Aaron inclined his head. "Please do." She stepped toward the central table and placed the sketchbooks on its surface. The table responded to her proximity. Lines of light moved beneath its glass-like skin, arranging themselves into soft spirals and branching pathways. The bridge recognized her now more readily than most machines did. It never opened for her by force. It listened. That distinction mattered. Lily opened the first book. Black glass filled the page, not ordinary glass. City glass. Towers rose from it in jagged terraces beneath a red-orange star. Bridges connected structures that looked grown rather than built, their surfaces polished by heat and age. Vast tunnels opened at the bases of the towers like mouths descending into the world. Along the streets, narrow lines glowed faintly, pressure script carved into volcanic stone. Aaron felt the temperature in the room change, though the sensors did not register it. The second page showed a cavern larger than a continent. A city hung upside down from the ceiling. Rivers of molten mineral moved along vertical channels, lighting the underside of bridges where scaled figures walked in silence. Their bodies were tall, severe, and beautiful in a way humans had never allowed themselves to imagine when speaking of reptilians. Some wore bone-white bands across their shoulders. Others carried hatchlings wrapped in heat cloth. The third page showed a doorway, not a portal, a wound in black stone. Around it, hundreds of scaled hands pressed against the surface from the other side. Lily did not speak. Daniel stared down at the pages. His face changed by very small degrees. The sarcasm drained first. Then the scientist appeared, then the man who had seen too many systems built from lies. "These aren't beyond 0 coordinates," he said. "No," Lily replied. "You're sure?" She opened the second sketchbook. Every page carried the same motif in different forms: black stone, red ash, caves under a dying crust, hatchlings gathered around thermal vents, a spiral made not of light but of pressure fractures, and symbols, dozens of them. Some curved like claws, some nested inside one another like ribs, some pressed so deeply into the page that the paper had torn. Daniel leaned closer. Those marks. Lily nodded. I don't think they're drawn. Aaron looked at the torn paper. What do you mean? I mean, I didn't move my hand that way. She touched one of the symbols carefully. It felt like something under the paper pushed upward. The witness stepped closer. The constellations inside its form brightened. Pressure script. The room grew quieter, not silent. The bridge nexus never became truly silent. There were always murmurs, engines, phase coils, distant voices, translation harmonics, the low living resonance of a structure built to hold relationship across impossible distances. But the human part of the room stopped. Daniel looked up slowly. That's Reptilian. The witness did not answer immediately. That was enough to unsettle everyone. The witness did not often hesitate. It is older than the Warden dynasties, it said. Aaron felt something cold move along his spine. How old? The witness studied the symbols. I do not know. Daniel exhaled through his nose. I continue to dislike that answer from you. So do I. Lily opened the third sketchbook. The first page contained only one image, a hatchling's eye. Closed, not dead, waiting. Across the closed lid in black pressure marks was a phrase none of them could read. Aaron could not look away from it. The image hurt, not because it was frightening, because it was innocent. He had seen the Reptilians in war chambers, lunar prisons, control sanctums, dream traps, bloodline archives, and human nightmare symbols. He had seen Kareth break from them. He had heard the stories of Vel-Shah and the old Warden dynasties. He knew what humanity had suffered beneath their systems. But Lily's drawing did not show rulers. It showed a child. That made the page far more dangerous. Where did this come from? Aaron asked. Lily's answer was quiet. I dreamed heat. Daniel looked at her. Heat, not fire, not exactly. She traced the edge of the page without touching the drawing. Stone heat. Nest heat. A world breathing through cracks. I was underground. I could hear something crying. Then the crying became language. Aaron waited. What did it say? Lily looked toward the projection above them, where the Beyond Zero route continued rotating as if the future had not just paused. I don't know yet. The first seizure occurred in the Eastern Ring. The alert came as a low red pulse across the chamber walls. Not the hard alarm of hull breach or hostile incursion. A medical resonance alert. Daniel's tablet chimed 3 times. He glanced down. His expression tightened. Reformist enclave too. Aaron was already moving. Lily closed the sketchbook and followed. The witness dissolved into a column of blue-white light and reappeared ahead of them near the chamber exit, a habit it had developed after learning that walking was appreciated but sometimes inefficient. Show off, Daniel muttered. The witness tilted its head while gliding backward down the corridor. Is that envy? It is clinical observation. Your heart rate has increased. My patience has decreased. The corridor opened into a long, transparent passage overlooking Earth. The planet turned below them in blue silence. For centuries, humans had looked upward and asked whether they were alone. Now Aaron looked downward from a station filled with aliens, neighbors, survivors, former enemies, impossible intelligences, and living architecture. And he wondered whether humanity had ever understood the cost of not being alone. The Eastern Ring housed several reptilian reformist groups who had rejected the old Warden hierarchies after the lunar relay collapse. Some had fought beside Kareth during the final fractures of Book5's war. Others had surrendered later, not out of conviction at first, but because the prison systems they served had failed. Reform was not a clean word. It held courage. It held strategy. It held guilt. It held fear. It held those who wanted to change and those who wanted to survive the consequences of losing. Daniel had built 3 oversight protocols for the Enclave before allowing it into the Nexus. Kareth had accepted all of them without protest. That had worried Daniel more than resistance would have. They reached the medical chamber and found chaos. Not violence. Worse. Memory. 7 reptilian reformists lay on the floor or against the walls, their bodies rigid, claws gouging grooves into the composite surface. Their scales flashed stress patterns, bronze to black, black to ash grey to deep green. Low clicks vibrated from their throats in overlapping rhythms. 2 human medics stood nearby, uncertain how close they could safely approach. A grey technician adjusted a resonance dampener with trembling precision. Elith was already there. Once Thrend 4, a grey administrator of prison logic and controlled souls. Now Elith, a being still learning that a name could be chosen rather than assigned. He looked up as Aaron entered. "This is not neurological failure." Daniel moved to the nearest display. "What is it?" "I do not know." Daniel grimaced. "There is a theme today." Aaron crouched near one of the fallen reptilians, a female reformist named Sha'Ryn. Younger than most of the old Wardens, barely past her 3rd maturity by Kashari standards. She had been one of the first to request removal of dynastic caste markings after the bridge hearings began, where a throne sigil had once been burned into the scales near her left collar ridge. A pale scar remained. Her eyes were open. Gold irises narrowed to vertical slits, but she was not seeing the chamber. She was seeing somewhere else. Her claws scraped the floor again. Stone dust. No, there was no stone dust, only the sound. Her throat clicked in a pattern too low for human speech. Lily stopped beside Aaron. Her face had gone pale. "I know that rhythm." Elith looked at her. "You recognize it?" "I drew it." Daniel turned. "You drew a sound?" Lily pressed one hand against her chest. "No." Her eyes moved to Sha'Ryn. "I drew what it means." Sha'Ryn's mouth opened. This time words emerged. Not galactic bridge common, not Warden dialect, not anything Aaron had heard spoken aloud. The sound struck the room like pressure moving through rock. Several reptilians convulsed. The witness appeared at Aaron's side, its body dimmer now, as if listening required reducing itself. Sha'Ryn spoke again. A phrase. 3 pulses. A pause. 2 pulses. A long tremor from deep in the chest. Every reptilian in the chamber reacted. One began weeping. Not with tears, with colour. Slow lines of blue bioluminescence moved across his scales and vanished into black. "What did she say?" Aaron asked. No one answered. Then Kareth entered. The old warden filled the doorway. Even among his people he seemed carved from older violence. Tall, broad, armoured in dark scales marked by scars no regeneration had erased. His gold eyes moved over the chamber, taking in the fallen bodies, the medics, Elith, Lily, Aaron, Daniel, the witness. For a moment he was perfectly still. Then Sha'Ryn spoke the phrase again. Kareth's entire body changed. Not fear. Not exactly. Something older than fear. Recognition before thought. His claws flexed once. The floor beneath them cracked. Aaron stood carefully. "Kareth?" The old warden did not answer. Sha'Ryn turned her head toward him with impossible slowness. Her eyes focused. Not on him. Through him. She spoke the phrase a 3rd time. Kareth staggered. No one in the room moved. Aaron had seen Kareth stand beneath lunar collapse, face Vel'Shar's loyalists, withstand human hatred without flinching, and listen to testimony of prison victims with the discipline of a being determined not to defend himself. He had never seen him tremble. Now the old warden trembled. A low sound came from his throat. It was not language. It was grief trying to become language and failing. Lily stepped toward him. "Kareth." He raised one hand sharply. Not a threat, a plea, "Do not touch me." His breathing became harsh, his eyes fixed on Sha'Ryn. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost its iron. "No," Sha'Ryn answered in the same ancient pressure speech. Kareth dropped to one knee. The impact shook the floor. Human medics stepped back despite themselves. Aaron moved forward. Kareth bowed his head, both hands braced against the floor, claws spread like a creature trying not to fall through memory. "That language is dead," he said. The witness spoke softly. "Clearly it is not." Kareth's head snapped up. For the first time since Aaron had known him, the old warden looked ready to strike the witness. Then the anger collapsed. What remained was worse. No living throat should shape those words. Daniel crouched near the display. "Why?" Kareth's jaw worked. Because his body did not want to answer. Because every answer was a door. Because some doors had been sealed by species, not individuals. "It is first pressure," he said at last. "The language before thrones, before the dynasties." Before caste. Before Warden law. Lily looked down at her sketchbook, still clutched against her chest. The language of Thal-Kor. Kareth closed his eyes. At that name, every reptilian in the room clicked once, not synchronized by command, by instinct. Thal-Kor. The dead world, the buried origin, the home no hatchling had seen for millions of years, yet every child of the Kashari was taught to mourn. Daniel's voice softened despite himself. What did she say? Kareth did not answer. Sha'Ryn whispered the phrase again. This time Lily gasped. The symbols beneath her fingers shifted. Not physically. The sketchbook remained paper and ink, but Aaron saw the pressure marks rearrange inside his perception. The bridge responded. Lines of light rose from the floor around Lily, thin and blue-white, weaving into the air in forms that resembled cracks across black stone. Daniel's instruments activated without command. Eleth stepped back. The witness leaned forward. Lily's eyes unfocused, her mouth opened. When she spoke, her voice carried another resonance beneath it. Not possession, not control, but translation arriving through relationship. The Guardians, she swallowed. Her fingers tightened around the sketchbook. The Guardians forgot. The chamber went still. Even the medical alarms seemed to recede. Kareth lowered his head, not in confusion, in defeat. The phrase spread faster than containment protocols could follow. Within 11 minutes, every reptilian reformist aboard the bridge Nexus had heard it, dreamed it, or collapsed under it. Within 23 minutes, the first reports arrived from Earth. A human child in Taiwan woke from a nap and drew a black-scaled hand holding an egg above a volcanic vent. Beneath the image, in marks her parents could not read, she wrote the same pressure phrase. A retired soldier in Kenya heard clicking beneath his floorboards and found himself weeping without knowing why. An engineer in Ohio reported every resonance device in his lab briefly synchronizing to a pulse pattern, matching no known broadcast source. A Yeti elder at the Himalayan White Door heard the stone under the ice hum and ordered the surrounding sanctuary sealed, not in fear, but respect. A pathfinder beneath the North American forest stratum sent a single warning through the listening roads. The old understone is speaking, and in hidden reptilian enclaves scattered through Earth orbit, Mars shadow sites, lunar ruins, and phase-sheathed arcships nobody had admitted still existed, the Kashari began to remember a sound older than Empire. Some fell silent, some screamed, some prayed to thrones that no longer answered, some immediately tried to jam the signal. That was how Daniel knew the signal mattered. The guilty always reached for silence first. They moved Kareth to a private resonance chamber only after he could stand again. He refused assistance. He also failed to hide the effort. Aaron walked beside him without offering a hand. That was respect. Lily followed with her sketchbooks. Daniel carried 3 tablets and the facial expression of a man assembling a disaster report faster than disaster could evolve. The witness drifted behind them. Eleth remained in medical, stabilizing the reformists. Oren waited at the entrance to the chamber. The former isolate had taken a form that never looked entirely fixed. Sometimes tall, sometimes small, sometimes threaded with shadows where a body should have been. Oren carried the emotional weather of someone who had once existed outside relationship for longer than most species had existed at all. It looked at Kareth, then unexpectedly bowed. Kareth stopped. No one spoke. Oren's voice entered the room like the memory of distance. Your people are lonely. Kareth's throat tightened. That is not your concern. I know loneliness when it wears armor. The old warden looked away. For once he had no answer. The chamber sealed behind them. Inside, the walls shifted from sterile white to a dark reflective surface resembling polished obsidian. The bridge often adjusted environments to emotional need. Aaron wondered whether it chose black glass because of Lily's drawings, or because the signal itself had begun influencing architecture. Daniel noticed too. Did anyone authorize the room to become ominous? The witness turned slowly. Rooms do not require authorization to respond to trauma. They do if I'm responsible for safety compliance. Oren looked at Daniel. You fear the room less when you complain about it. Daniel paused, then pointed at Oren. You've been talking to the witness. Yes, terrific. Aaron took his place near the center. Daniel, I know. Daniel exhaled. Focus. He set the tablets on the central platform. The bridge pulled the data upward into the air. Maps appeared. Earth, the moon, reformist enclaves, former Warden sites, grey archival nodes, phase-sheathed void pockets, the living spiral, then the signal. It did not appear as a line. It appeared as pressure, a slow indentation across relational space, as though something far away had pressed its claw against the fabric of the bridge and left a mark. Daniel studied the projection. I cannot classify this as a conventional transmission. The witness looked at him. Because it is not one. Daniel glared. You enjoy saying that. I enjoy accuracy. You enjoy being impossible with confidence. The witness considered. Also true. Lily stepped closer to the projection. The pressure mark changed. A curve unfolded. Then another. The shape became a spiral, but not the bridge spiral, not the living spiral from Book 4, not the builder symbol, not the spiral inside the first observatory memories. This spiral looked carved rather than grown. A pressure spiral, a survival spiral, a shape made by something pressed into stone until the stone remembered. Lily lifted one hand. Aaron almost told her to wait. He did not. They had learned that stopping Lily from touching impossible things often delayed understanding without improving safety. Daniel, however, had not learned that peacefully. Before you touch the glowing, unknown pressure anomaly... Lily touched it. The chamber vanished. For one impossible moment, Aaron stood under a red star. Not physically. His body remained in the nexus. He knew that. He also knew his skin felt heat. The air tasted of ash and metal. Black glass plains stretched beneath a dim sky, cracked by rivers of molten orange light. In the distance rose towers, enormous and jagged, their foundations sunk deep into volcanic crust. The structures resembled fangs from a buried skull, but they were beautiful. That was the first shock. Not monstrous, not ugly, beautiful, severe, yes, terrible, yes, built by a species that had learned endurance before gentleness, but beautiful. Bridges arched between towers through curtains of red ash. Along the walls, pressure script glowed faintly where heat moved through carved channels. Figures walked those bridges in silence, tall, scaled, robed in dark fibres and bone-white plates. Some carried tools, some carried weapons, some carried hatchlings wrapped close to their chests against the toxic wind. A bell sounded. Not metal, stone under pressure. The city answered. Thousands of clicks moved through the air. Then the vision shifted. Aaron fell downward through layers of crust, past sealed chambers, past old hatcheries, past rivers of mineral fire, past caverns full of bones arranged not as trophies but as records, past a vast circular chamber where black columns rose around a pit filled with blue-white light. At the centre of the chamber, something coiled around the light. Not alive, not dead. A structure, a memory engine, a biological archive, a planetary nervous system preserved after the death of a world. The Ancestral Coil. Aaron knew it before the words arrived. Then the pressure phrase struck him. The Guardians forgot. He gasped. The vision collapsed. Aaron returned to the chamber on his knees. Lily stood rigid beside the projection, tears running down her face. Daniel had one hand against the platform, breathing hard. Oren flickered, its outline briefly stretching like a shadow pulled across stars. The witness remained upright, but dimmer than before. Kareth had not moved. His eyes were open. His face had become a wall. Aaron pushed himself to his feet. What was that? Lily wiped her face with the back of her hand. Not a message. Daniel swallowed. Memory packet. No, Lily said. The witness completed the thought. Invitation. Kareth's voice came low. No. Everyone turned toward him. He looked at the pressure spiral as though it were a grave opening beneath his feet. No, he repeated. No. That world is dead. The projection pulsed. Daniel's tablets filled with impossible data. Source triangulation is resolving. Aaron looked toward him. Where? Daniel did not answer immediately. His face had gone pale. The map above the platform changed. Earth vanished. The moon vanished. Known space folded inward. The living spiral extended a single luminous branch outward, past the mapped bridge routes, past abandoned Warden corridors, past static regions where old phase anchors had failed. At the end of that branch, a red point appeared. Not bright, not stable, but present. Daniel's voice dropped. That can't be right. Kareth's hands curled slowly. The claws did not crack the floor this time. They merely shook. Lily whispered the name before the system translated it. Thal-Kor. The red point brightened. Across the chamber wall, pressure script burned into existence. Not projected. Burned. The symbols carved themselves into the black surface without heat, without tool, without permission. Lily read them through tears. The Guardians forgot. A second line formed beneath the first. This one did not require Lily. Every being in the chamber felt it. Thal-Kor remembers. Kareth made a sound like stone breaking in the dark. Then, the third line appeared. Return before the thrones erased the first command. The chamber remained still. No alarms, no emergency lights, no dramatic rupture in the walls of reality, only the slow, terrible arrival of an old truth. Daniel stared at the burning symbols. "Well," he said finally, voice thin, "that is going to interfere with the launch schedule." No one laughed. Not at first. Then Lily did, a small broken sound. Aaron followed. Even Daniel, after a moment, let out something that might have been a laugh if grief had not been standing so close to it. The witness looked around. "Is this humour?" Daniel rubbed both hands over his face. "No." The witness paused. "Is this what humans do when humour is not enough?" Aaron looked at the burning pressure script. "At Kareth. At the map. At the dead world calling its children home." "Yes," he said. The witness was silent for a long moment. Then it turned toward Kareth. "Your people have been summoned by memory." Kareth did not look at it. "Memory does not summon." Lily closed her sketchbook. "That one does." The emergency council convened less than 1 hour later. Not in the main treaty hall. That would have made the crisis political before they understood it. Not in the dream archive. That would have made it sacred before they tested it. Daniel insisted on the smallest secure chamber available. Naturally, the bridge gave them a circular room capable of seating 40 species and projecting a full relational star map into the air above them. "I said small," Daniel muttered. The room adjusted by dimming the ceiling slightly. "That is not smaller." The witness looked pleased. "I believe it tried." The council formed quickly. Aaron, Lily, Daniel, Kareth, Eleth. The witness, Oren. 2 human accountability observers, 1 Yeti elder linked from the white door through a blue fire projection, a Pathfinder representative visible only as a pattern of shadow and green light. 3 Reptilian reformist delegates, including Sha'Ryn, still weak from the seizure but standing. And, by secure bridge relay, 1 representative from the verdant scale, the emerging Reptilian faction that had begun rejecting dynastic law. Her name was Sha'Ryn. She appeared in the projection ring wearing no throne markings, no cast metal, no bloodline crest. Only plain black cloth wrapped across her shoulders and a small heatstone suspended at her throat. That absence was a declaration. Kareth saw it. Something unreadable passed across his face. Sha'Ryn bowed to him, not deeply, not as subject to Warden, as one survivor to another. "Old Kareth," he inclined his head. "Speaker Sha'Ryn." Daniel looked between them. "Are we acknowledging titles now or avoiding them?" Kareth answered without looking at him. "She earned hers." Daniel nodded once. "Good enough." Aaron stood at the centre as Daniel replayed the sequence. Lily's drawings, the reformist seizures, the pressure phrase, the relational map, the burned message, the origin point. Thal-Kor. When the playback ended, the room remained silent. The Yeti elder spoke first. His voice arrived through blue fire, deep as glacier stone. The Understone remembers when wounds are sealed without healing. The Pathfinder representative rippled. Our forests felt the pressure. This signal moved through root space and deep phase. Not like Warden command, not like prison architecture. Eleth folded his hands. Grey systems detected no coercive overlay, no loyalty compulsion, no memory extraction hook. Daniel nodded. "I independently confirm that. Whatever this is, it did not behave like a trap. Which, unfortunately, does not prove it isn't one." Sha'Ryn's throat membrane fluttered. "The old dynasties will claim it is human retaliation." Aaron looked at her. "Against whom?" "All of us." Her eyes moved to the human observers. "They will say humanity broke the moon and now seeks to break Kashari memory. They will say the bridge is a weapon. They will say Kareth has allowed outsiders to invade our dead." Kareth's voice was low. "They will not need to invent much." The room turned toward him. He stared at the floor. "We did invade human death. We did turn memory into a corridor. We did build systems that wore compassion as a mask." Aaron felt the old familiar tension rise in him. The desire for justice, the danger of hatred, The scar tissue of species. You're not wrong, Aaron said. Kareth looked up. Aaron held his gaze. But the truth of what you did does not tell us what this signal is. Oren moved softly at the edge of the room. Shame can become another form of self-centering. Kareth's gold eyes narrowed. Oren did not retreat. Your guilt is real. It is also not the only thing happening. That landed harder than accusation. Kareth looked away first. Daniel cleared his throat. I hate to reward emotional insight with logistics, but Oren is correct. The issue is immediate. We have an unknown relational signal affecting reptilian neurology, human dreamers, interphase neighbors, and bridge infrastructure. It appears to originate from a supposedly dead planet. It references thrones erasing something called the First Command. We have to determine whether this is archival activation, a hostile operation, a political trigger, or all three. Sha'Ryn spoke from the reformist section. Her voice remained rough from the seizure. It is not hostile. Daniel turned. With respect, you were unconscious for most of it. I was not unconscious. She touched the scar where her caste marking had been removed. I was remembering before my birth. The room shifted. Lily leaned forward. What did you see? Sha'Ryn hesitated. Her eyes flicked toward Kareth. He gave no permission. He gave no prohibition. That was new. Sha'Ryn took a breath. I saw hatchlings beneath black stone, mothers carrying eggs through heat vents, hunters sharing meat across old rival lines, a symbol carved into basalt. Lily opened her sketchbook and turned it toward Sha'Ryn. The page showed the pressure mark from the prologue's ancient moment. The first hours. Sha'Ryn made a small sound. Yes. Kareth closed his eyes. Vesarin whispered something in first pressure. No one translated it. Aaron suspected they did not need to. The phrase had the shape of mourning. The witness turned to Lily. This symbol appeared in your dreams before the signal. Yes. Then the signal was not only awakening memory, it was seeking a translator. Daniel's head came up. No. Lily looked at him. He pointed at her. No, absolutely not. We are not letting another ancient archive select Lily as its preferred interface without at least pretending to establish consent protocols. Lily's expression softened. Daniel, no, I am serious. His voice sharpened. The prison used people as keys. The bloodline programs used people as interfaces. The old Warden systems used compatibility as permission. I don't care if Thal-Kor itself is singing lullabies through volcanic stone. It does not get to use you without consent. The room became very quiet. Lily looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Agreed. Daniel looked as if he had expected a fight and was annoyed to be deprived of one. Good. Aaron felt a deep respect for him then, not because Daniel understood all the cosmic systems, because he understood the human danger inside them. A door that needed someone could become a cage if need overruled choice. That was the whole history they were trying not to repeat. The witness spoke softly. Consent must become architecture. Daniel glanced at it. Yes, I will remember this. Please do more than remember it. The witness bowed its head. I will help build it. The first loyalist response arrived before the council ended. It did not come through official channels. It came through all of them. Every display in the council chamber blackened. Every projection collapsed. Every bridge relay line filled with a single emblem, 9 interlocking scales around a vertical golden eye. Kareth rose slowly. Vesarin hissed. Sha'Ryn stepped back. Daniel's hands moved over his tablet. Who is that? Kareth's answer carried old contempt and older fear. The 9th throne. The emblem opened like an eyelid. A reptilian woman appeared. She was tall, even seated. Her scales dark bronze edged in black, her face narrow and composed, her eyes pale gold with no visible tremor of doubt. Around her shoulders lay a mantle of woven heat metal and bone-white rings. Behind her stood banners marked not with Warden prison sigils, but older dynastic forms, polished, sacred, predatory. Sereth Vel. Aaron knew before anyone named her. Some beings announced themselves with power. She announced herself with certainty. Her gaze moved across the council chamber, measured every face, dismissed most, paused briefly on Lily, then settled on Kareth. Old defector, she said. Kareth did not bow. Matriarch, Daniel murmured, charming family reunion. Sereth Vel's eyes shifted to him. Human systems maker. Daniel blinked. I have been called worse by better. Aaron almost winced. Sarethvel smiled faintly, not amused, cataloguing. Her attention moved to Aaron, the one who broke the corridor, then to Lily, the bloodline key who mistakes invasion for art. Daniel took one step forward. Aaron raised a hand. Lily remained still. Finally, Sarethvel looked toward the witness, and the watcher who discovered consequence too late. The witness did not respond. Sarethvel leaned forward. Her voice remained calm. That made it worse. To all Bridge Coalition participants receiving this unauthorized assembly, the so-called Serpent signal is an act of historical violation. Thal-Kor is sovereign dead. Its remains, memories, and sacred architectures are not subject to human curiosity, grey guilt, bridge expansionism, or Kareth's need for absolution. Sha'Ryn spoke sharply. The signal reached us. Sarethvel did not look at her. Children hear many sounds in the dark. Sha'Ryn's scales flashed black. Kareth's voice deepened. The pressure script named the first command. For the first time, something changed in Sarethvel's face. So small most humans might have missed it. But Aaron had spent years learning how controlled systems trembled before failure. Her certainty flickered, then returned. The first command is known. No, Lily said. Every eye turned to her. Sarethvel looked down as though noticing a tool had spoken. Lily did not flinch. I don't think it is. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Sarethvel studied her. You read marks you do not understand and call it truth. I draw doors before people know they exist, Lily said quietly. I've learned the difference between a symbol that wants to control me and a memory that asks to be witnessed. Sarethvel's eyes narrowed. You are a product of our line work. Aaron felt Daniel tense. Lily's voice did not rise. No, I am someone your systems tried to use. That is not the same thing. For 1 second, nobody breathed. Then the witness spoke. Accurate, Daniel whispered. Not now. But Aaron was glad it had spoken. Sarethvel's gaze shifted back to Kareth. You will not go to Thal-Kor. Kareth looked at her. I do not answer to thrones. No, she said. You answer to history, and history has not forgiven you enough to let you touch its dead. The words struck him. Aaron saw it. Sarethvel did too. That was her gift, not brute force, moral inversion. She could take guilt and turn it into leash. She could make domination sound like protection. She could make silence sound like reverence. She continued, voice softer now, almost sorrowful. The young worlds have awakened too quickly. Humans mistake freedom for readiness. Greys mistake guilt for wisdom. The bridge mistakes connection for safety. And now all of you would tear open the grave of the Kashari because of pressure echo-frightened reformists who no longer know how to stand beneath their own ancestry. Oren moved forward. You are afraid? Sarethvel's eyes turned cold. I am experienced. Those often confuse themselves. For the first time, anger showed. Not much. Enough. Sarethvel stood. I will say this once. Any attempt to access Thal-Kor without sanction of the surviving thrones will be treated as desecration. Any reptilian who participates will be declared memory traitor. Any human, grey, witness, yeti, pathfinder, or bridge delegate who assists will be held responsible for the consequences. Daniel raised one hand. Clarifying question. When you say consequences, do you mean political, military, metaphysical, or the usual ancient species blend of all three? Aaron looked at him. Daniel shrugged. It matters for planning. Sarethvel almost smiled again. Ask your warden. The transmission cut. The room remained black for 3 seconds. Then the bridge restored the lights. No one spoke. Daniel looked down at his tablet. Well, he said on the positive side, that was definitely not ambiguous. After the council dissolved, Aaron found Kareth alone in the observation gallery. Earth turned below them. The moon hung beyond it. Only a moon now. No relay pulse. No corridor hidden behind its silence. No harvest architecture drawing the dead toward false light. And yet, Aaron still felt the old reflex when he saw it. Trauma did not vanish when machinery broke. It simply lost its excuse. Kareth stood before the glass, hands folded behind his back, posture rigid enough to resemble punishment. Aaron stopped beside him. For a while, neither spoke. That had become one of the stranger forms of trust between them. Silence without surveillance. Finally, Kareth said, She is not wrong. Sha'Ryn kept watching Earth. About which part? The dead should not be opened for the comfort of the guilty. No! Kareth looked at him. Sha'Ryn met his gaze. But that is not what happened. Is it not? Kareth's voice lowered. Thal-Kor calls, and the first thing I feel is relief, that something older than me may explain what we became, that some hidden command may distribute blame across history. His jaw tightened. That is obscene. Sha'Ryn took his time answering. Because the wrong comfort could become another lie. You don't get to use the truth to reduce what you did. Kareth's eyes narrowed. Good. He had expected comfort. Sha'Ryn had given him a boundary. You also don't get to refuse the truth because you're afraid it might tempt you. Kareth turned back toward Earth. The reflection of the planet shimmered across his scales. Humans are very skilled at making mercy sound like accusation. We had practice. For a moment Kareth almost looked amused. Then the weight returned. I heard more than the phrase. Sha'Ryn waited. Kareth's voice became quieter. When Sha'Ryn spoke first pressure, I remembered a chamber I have never entered. A ceiling of black glass. Hatchlings sleeping in heat baskets. A mother with one broken claw scratching a symbol into stone. Sha'Ryn felt the prologue's ancient image move through the story, though he had not seen it himself. Ours, he said. Kareth looked sharply at him. Sha'Ryn nodded toward the gallery entrance. Lily showed me. The old warden's throat moved. That symbol was forbidden. Why? Because it predates ownership. Kareth's voice hardened against itself. The thrones taught that our first law was endurance, then obedience, then hierarchy. But the symbol says otherwise. Sha'Ryn understood. Ours. Kareth closed his eyes. No hatchling survives alone. The words entered the gallery like something older than guilt, older than empire, older than the prison. Sha'Ryn looked back at Earth. How many of your people know that phrase? None should. That wasn't my question. Kareth opened his eyes. Every hatchling knows it before caste instruction. Mothers whisper it in heat sleep. Fathers click it through shell walls. Nurses hum it under official doctrine. It survives because young ones fear cold. His voice became strained, and then we teach them strength means needing no one. Sha'Ryn let the contradiction stand. Some truths deserved silence after them. Below, Earth turned blue, wounded. Free, not safe, but free. Kareth looked toward the moon. I do not know if I can go home. Sha'Ryn frowned. You just said Thal-Kor is dead. It is. The old warden's reflection looked suddenly ancient. But dead worlds are sometimes more difficult to face than living enemies. A soft chime sounded behind them. Lily stood at the entrance. She held one page from her sketchbook. I'm sorry, she said. You need to see this. Kareth turned. Sha'Ryn stepped toward her. The page showed a doorway carved into black stone. Around it stood 6 figures. A human, a grey, a yeti, a pathfinder shadow, the witnesses a field of stars, and one reptilian with no throne markings. Behind the door burned red light. Above it, in pressure script, were 3 lines. Lily had translated the first 2. The Guardians forgot. Thal-Kor remembers. The 3rd line remained unfinished, not because she could not read it, because the ink was still moving. As Sha'Ryn watched, the final symbols pressed upward through the paper. Lily read them aloud. Bring the one who broke the warden law. Kareth became very still. Sha'Ryn looked from the page to him. You. Kareth's eyes did not leave the drawing. No, he said. His voice was hollow. Not me. The ink darkened. The pressure script completed itself. Lily swallowed. Bring the one who remembers shame and still stands. For the first time since Sha'Ryn had known him, Kareth looked smaller than his body. The bridge nexus hummed around them. Far away, somewhere beyond the mapped roads of the living spiral, a dead world pressed its memory into reality and waited. The future had not begun at 3:33 a.m. The past had, and it had come for the serpents first. Chapter 2. The Warden Who Trembled. Kareth had survived vacuum. He had survived orbital war. He had survived betrayal inside the lunar relay, the collapse of an empire, the hatred of species he had helped imprison, and the silence that followed every confession he was not yet brave enough to make. He had stood before the false light and watched the machinery behind death tear itself apart. He had seen human souls choose sideways. He had seen greys learn sorrow. He had seen the moon lose its voice. None of that had prepared him for the sound of hatchlings singing. The song reached him before consciousness did. Low, uneven, too soft to be official. It moved through darkness in broken pulses, not quite language, not quite music, a heat-sleep rhythm, a nest rhythm, the kind of sound young Kashari made before caste instructors arrived and replaced comfort with discipline. Kareth knew the song. That was impossible. He had never known hatchery songs. He had been born into a registered warden line, processed through thermal conditioning, memory classified before shell hardening, and trained beneath the banners of the Dominion scale. His earliest authorized memories were of formation chambers, obedience drills, and the cold pride of being told that weakness began wherever need remained unmastered. Songs belonged to unregistered coils. Songs belonged to mothers who kept illegal memory. Songs belonged to deep workers and broken hatcheries and soft-bellied reformists who believed children should be held before they were sorted. Songs belonged to the past his teachers had called primitive, and yet he remembered, not as information, as ache. The rhythm entered him from below thought. Hold, breathe, I am here. Kareth opened his eyes. The ceiling above him was not black glass, not the lunar relay, not a containment vault, not the silent throne. It was pale stone threaded with living amber light, curved like the inside of an egg. Thin mineral veins glowed beneath the surface. Heat lamps pulsed softly in recessed alcoves. Somewhere nearby, water moved over volcanic rock with a sound too gentle for any warden facility. He was lying on a thermal recovery slab inside the reformist enclave. Near-Earth orbit, not Thal-Kor, not home. He had no home. The thought arrived with such force that his claws flexed against the slab. Restraints did not hold him. That unsettled him more than restraints would have. Old instincts searched for containment fields, armed guards, surveillance tones, suppression harmonics, memory hooks, compliance gas, and the soft click of grey instruments preparing to identify fear as data. Nothing. Only heat. Only the hatchling song. Only the quiet breath of a place built by those who still believe reptilians could become something other than wardens. Kareth tried to sit. Pain opened behind his eyes. Not physical pain. Memory pressure. A black chamber flashed across his mind. A ceiling of volcanic glass. 9 shadows seated above him. A command carved into light, then a blade of silence. He inhaled sharply. The memory vanished. His hand struck the edge of the recovery slab hard enough to crack stone. The song stopped. Immediately. Kareth froze. The silence that followed was worse than pain. A small face peered from behind a heat screen at the far side of the chamber. A hatchling. Too young for caste marking. Too old to be hidden easily. The child's scales were soft green near the throat, darkening to bronze along the brow ridges. One eye was amber. The other carried a faint silver cloud, perhaps from shell trauma, perhaps from unauthorized genetic variants. Around the child's narrow shoulders hung a heat cloth patched from mismatched fabrics. Deep worker brown, verdant green, old warden black, turned inside out. The hatchling stared at him. Kareth stared back. He had faced armed human militias with less discomfort. The child's throat membrane fluttered. Not fear alone. Curiosity fighting fear. "You broke the slab," the hatchling said. The voice was high, click-edged, and utterly without diplomatic restraint. Kareth looked down. A narrow fracture ran from his palm to the slab's lower edge. "Yes." The hatchling considered this. "Were you trying to escape?" "No. Were you trying to kill someone?" Kareth closed his eyes briefly. "No. Then why did you break it?" "Because I remembered a room that should not exist. Because a dead world spoke my name without using it. Because the first law of my species was not obedience. Because I heard children sing and wanted to kneel." He said none of that. I woke too quickly. The hatchling nodded with solemn authority. "My clutch brother does that. He bit a nurse. I will try not to do so. That is good. They do not like biting here." "No," Kareth said. "I imagine not." The hatchling stepped farther from behind the screen. A second child appeared behind the first, then a third. Small shapes in heat cloth and mismatched bands, watching him from the chamber shadows. Kareth felt old terror move through him. Not fear of them. Fear for them. No hatchling should stand this close to him. No child of his species should look at him without knowing what he had done. He was not a guardian. He had been the hand at the door, the voice behind the false corridor, the armoured silence behind lunar law. The hatchling tilted its head. "Did you hear the song?" Kareth's throat tightened. "Yes. You knew it." "That is not possible. My nurse says that means yes." A rough sound escaped him. Not laughter. Not quite. The child's eyes widened, encouraged. "Do you know what it means?" Kareth looked toward the amber veins in the ceiling. "Hold. Breathe. I am here. It means," he said slowly, "that someone remains near you when the dark becomes larger than your courage." The hatchling became very still. Behind the child, the other young ones stopped whispering. Kareth regretted the words immediately. They sounded too intimate, too true, too stolen from a version of his people he had no right to claim. The hatchling touched two small fingers to its own throat. "Our nurse says it means no hatchling survives alone." Kareth could not answer. A door opened behind the children. Warm light entered first, then Sha'Ryn. Sha'Ryn of the Broken Hatchery did not enter rooms as a diplomat. She entered them as someone who had already assessed every exit, every weapon, every frightened child, and every adult likely to lie. She was young by Kashari standards, barely past her second formal molting. Her scales were a deep mineral green with copper along the jaw and shoulders, the coloration of old Vent lineage before dynastic registries converted ecology into caste. A scar crossed the left side of her throat, where a control collar had once burned into the softer scale. One horn ridge had been filed down and regrown imperfectly. She wore no throne markings, no warden sigils, no dominion black, only a plain wrap of verdant cloth over light armour, and a small pressure symbol carved into a strip of black stone at her chest. Ours. Kareth's eyes fixed on it before he could stop himself. Sha'Ryn noticed. "Of course she did. You recognise it now," she said. Kareth sat upright despite the pain. "I recognised it before." "No," Sha'Ryn replied. "Before you identified it. Now you remember it." The hatchling slipped toward her instantly. Not with military obedience. With trust. That was harder to watch. Sha'Ryn placed one hand lightly against the first child's head without looking down. "Leave us." The hatchling glanced back at Kareth. "He broke the slab." "I know. He says he will not bite. That is generous of him." The child seemed satisfied by this and retreated with the others through the side passage. When the door sealed behind them, the song resumed faintly elsewhere in the enclave. Kareth listened despite himself. "You should not let them near me," he said. Sha'Ryn walked to the recovery console. "I do not. You just did." They were behind a reinforced heat screen with two guards in phase shadow and a nurse holding a pulse stunner behind the door. Kareth looked toward the corners. He had detected none of them. Good. The reformists were learning. Sha'Ryn adjusted the console. Readings shimmered above it in bridge standard and Kashari pressure glyphs. Your neural pressure spiked during the signal event. Memory centers destabilized. 3 sealed sectors attempted to open and immediately collapsed. Kareth went cold. "Sealed sectors?" "Yes, I have none." Sha'Ryn looked at him. The old automatic answer hung between them like a warden banner. "I have none." "Not I know of none. Not I was told of none." A declaration trained into bone. Sha'Ryn's expression did not soften. "Every loyal warden says that the first time." Kareth looked away. The recovery chamber hummed quietly. Beyond the walls, the enclave vibrated with distant movement, low voices, hatchling clicks, medical tones, pressure doors, the footfalls of people who were still deciding whether survival required hiding. The reformist enclave had been built inside an abandoned lunar logistics shell after the relay collapse, then moved into relational orbit when humans refused to allow warden structures to remain unobserved near the moon. Officially, it was called the Verdant Refuge. Unofficially, most Kashari called it the Broken Hatchery. Some with contempt, some with hope. It housed unregistered hatchlings, dissident memory priests, deep worker families, defecting warbrood officers, wounded veiled ones, human reptilian hybrid descendants seeking records, and former warden functionaries who did not yet know whether remorse counted as courage. To the Dominion scale, the enclave was an infection. To humanity, it was an uncomfortable necessity. To Kareth, It was a place where every corridor asked him what he had failed to protect. Sha'Ryn folded her arms. "Do you remember what happened in the Nexus?" "I remember the signal. Only the signal." Kareth's jaw tightened. "I remember Lily Mercer translating pressure script no human should be able to read. Her bloodline was modified for interface work. That does not make the ability less disturbing." "No," Sha'Ryn said. "It makes the reason for it disturbing." Kareth accepted the correction with silence. He remembered the page in Lily's hand. "The Guardians forgot. Thal-Kor remembers. Bring the one who remembers shame and still stands." He had not slept after that. He had not remained awake either. The signal had gone through him like a blade through old scar tissue. It did not cut new wounds. It opened the sealed ones. Sha'Ryn touched the console again. A glyph appeared above the recovery slab. Not bridge standard, not modern Kashari military script. Pressure script. Ancient, simple. A line curving around a smaller mark, enclosing it without trapping it. Kareth knew it. His body knew it before his mind did. Nest. No, not nest. A safer word before ownership corrupted it. Coil. Sha'Ryn watched him closely. "You reacted to this during the seizure." "I do not remember." "Your hands moved." "My hands?" "You carved it into the slab." Kareth looked down. The fracture he had made was not random. Small lines branched from the main crack. Curving, enclosing, protecting. His claws had formed the pressure symbol for coil without conscious command. The sight made him nauseous. Sha'Ryn's voice lowered. "You also spoke." "What did I say?" She hesitated. That alone unsettled him. Sha'Ryn did not hesitate easily. "You said, 'Do not cut the children from the command.'" The recovery chamber seemed to move away from him. Kareth's vision narrowed. Black glass, 9 shadows, a voice saying survival required amendment. Another voice pleading. Hatchlings in heat baskets. A red blade lowered against living script. Then nothing. Kareth stood too quickly. The chamber tilted. Sha'Ryn moved one step, not toward him, but between him and the door through which the hatchlings had left. He noticed. So did she. "Good. You are not my prisoner," she said. "No, but neither are they your absolution." The words struck cleanly. Kareth looked toward the sealed door. "I never asked them to be. Every guilty adult does, eventually." He turned on her. A flash of the old warden rose inside him. Anger like armor. Authority like reflex, the urge to make a younger voice lower itself before hierarchy. Sha'Ryn did not lower anything. The old reflex died before it became movement. Kareth looked down first. "Why are you here?" "Because your collapse has become political." "Everything becomes political when reptiles fear memory. Everything becomes political when thrones fear children," Sha'Ryn replied. Then she extended a small data shard. Kareth did not take it. "What is that?" "The last 6 hours." He accepted it. The shard activated in his palm. A projection unfolded above the recovery slab. At first only static. Then reports. Hundreds, thousands. Kashari across the bridge network collapsing mid-sentence. Reformist engineers screaming in old dialects they had never studied. Loyalist commanders ordering medical isolation. Deep worker families carving pressure symbols into bulkheads during synchronized trance events. Hatchlings waking from heat sleep with ancient songs in their throats. Then came Dominion broadcasts. A scaled male in ceremonial black stared from the projection with cold golden eyes. The so-called Serpent signal is an attack upon Kashari continuity by human revenge cults and collaborator factions. Citizens are instructed to report unauthorized memory events immediately. Unregistered pressure script should be destroyed before contact contamination spreads. The image shifted. Another broadcast. This one showed Kareth. Not recent. Older. A lunar archive still. Kareth in Warden armor standing behind Velshar during a corridor stability inspection. The Dominion narrator spoke over it. "Let all loyal coils remember that treason begins with pity. The former Warden Kareth has surrendered sacred history to those who hate our blood. He now permits humans to interpret Kashari memory. He now allows victims to write law for guardians. He now kneels before species who survived only because we contained them." The projection shifted again. Human networks. Those were worse. A woman whose face Kareth did not know spoke from a tribunal feed, voice shaking with rage. "They want us to feel sorry for them now. They recycled our dead, erased families, stole children, manipulated bloodlines, and hid behind the moon. I don't care what their homeworld says. A warden crying is still a warden. Another feed. A human man holding a photograph of a child. My daughter died before the relay collapsed. We do not know where her soul went. We do not know if she returned. We do not know if the system ate her memories. And now they want a delegation, they want ceremony. No, they want time. Another. A hybrid woman with amber-flecked eyes and visible throat ridges stared into a courtroom camera. I was told my body was evidence. My family was told not to ask why our blood reacted to lunar frequencies. Reptilian reformists speak of truth now because secrecy stopped working. Do not confuse exposure with virtue. The shard dimmed. Kareth closed his fist around it until the projection died. Sha'Ryn watched him. Both sides are wrong, she said. Kareth gave a dry, bitter sound. Are they? Yes. The loyalists call you traitor because you stopped obeying. The survivors call you monster because you once obeyed. Neither knows what to do with someone who is both guilty and necessary. Necessary. The word tasted obscene. Sha'Ryn's eyes sharpened. Do not perform humility with me, old warden. It wastes time. Kareth looked at her. For the first time, something close to respect moved between them without permission. Sha'Ryn stepped closer. The Ancestral Coil called for you. It called for shame. It named you. No. It named a function. It named a wound that can still walk. Kareth said nothing. The young reformist placed both hands against the recovery slab and leaned toward him. My hatchlings are remembering a homeworld they never saw. My nurses are singing songs that were outlawed before their grandmother's cracked shell. My people are being pulled apart between thrones that want silence and survivors who want blood. So I do not care whether you feel worthy. Her voice lowered. I care whether you will stand long enough to tell the truth before Sereth Vel teaches our children that memory itself is treason. The name entered the chamber colder than any vacuum. Sereth Vel, matriarch of the 9th throne, leader of the Dominion scale. A ruler who could make chains sound like lullabies. Kareth had met her only 3 times in person. Once during his first warden oath. Once after an uprising was put down beneath Mayor Chrysium. Once after he refused to authorize a purge protocol and Velshar chose humiliation over execution. Sereth had watched him then from behind a veil of black gold, expression unreadable. Afterward she had sent a message. Mercy is sometimes granted to useful doubts. He had never known whether it was warning or recruitment. Perhaps both. What has she done? He asked. Sha'Ryn's throat membrane tightened. Nothing publicly. That is not an answer. It is the most dangerous answer. The verdant refuge did not resemble any reptilian installation Kareth had known. That was intentional. There were no throne corridors, no descending processional ramps designed to make petitioners feel smaller with every step, no black banners, no obedience tones, no cold display chambers filled with genealogical victories. The enclave had been built around warmth instead of hierarchy. Thermal gardens lined the central transit spine. Geothermal stones, salvaged from old lunar warden stores and reconfigured by deep worker engineers, glowed beneath shallow pools. Hatchlings gathered near them in clusters, arguing, singing, sleeping, staring at projection lessons, and occasionally biting one another until nurses intervened with weary patience. Walls carried carvings made by children. That was the first thing that had shocked Kareth when he arrived cycles ago, unauthorized marks. Everywhere, tiny claw scratches, crooked pressure symbols, family names without registry approval, drawings of Earth, the moon, Thal-Kor as imagined from forbidden archives, and one surprisingly accurate portrait of Daniel Mercer yelling at a malfunctioning translation table. No warden engineer would have tolerated such disorder. No warden child would have been allowed to believe a wall could receive memory without permission. As Kareth followed Sha'Ryn through the transit spine, conversations died around them. Some bowed. He hated that. Some hissed. He preferred that. A deep worker elder with ash-grey scales watched him pass while holding a bundle of pipe regulators against one shoulder. The elder's eyes held no fear, only measurement. You broke it, those eyes seemed to say. We are repairing it. Kareth looked away first. At the central junction, a group of young Warbrood defectors stood near an armory alcove whose doors had been painted verdant green. Their armor bore filed-off insignias where old dynasty marks had been removed. One still carried the scars of Dominion loyalty across both shoulders. Another watched Carith with open contempt. "Warden," the young soldier said. Sha'Ryn stopped. Carith did not. The soldier stepped into his path, tall, strong, barely old enough to know the difference between courage and performance. Carith recognized the anger in him. It had been cultivated well. "You heard the signal first," the soldier said. Carith looked at him. "No, you stood in the human nexus while Thal-Kor spoke." "Yes, and now the Bridge Coalition decides what our dead mean." Sha'Ryn's voice cut in. "Move, Ralsek." The soldier ignored her. "This is what happens when Wardens kneel. Humans take our guilt and make it law. Greys take our history and make it procedure. The witness watches and calls it wisdom." Carith heard murmurs gather behind them. He could break the soldier's arm in 3 movements, 2 if he accepted permanent damage. The old calculation came automatically. He let it pass. "What would you prefer?" Carith asked. Ralsek's throat flared. "That we handle Serpent Memory ourselves." "We did." The junction went silent. Carith stepped closer. Ralsek did not retreat, to his credit. "We handled it ourselves for millions of years," Carith said. "We curated it, classified it, edited it, weaponized it, buried it beneath thrones, and called the burial stewardship." The young soldier's jaw tightened. "So humans should judge us. Humans should be allowed to speak of the wounds we gave them. They will hate us. They already do." A hiss moved through nearby watchers. Carith turned, letting his gaze pass over deep workers, nurses, defectors, unregistered young half-blood descendants, and old soldiers pretending not to tremble. "They have reason." No one spoke. Reason does not mean they are always right. Reason does not mean vengeance becomes justice. Reason does not mean every hatchling here was born guilty. His voice lowered. "But if your first response to the injured is to protect your image, you have learned nothing from the prison." Ralsek's eyes flickered. Anger remained, but something beneath it shifted. Carith moved past him. Sha'Ryn followed without comment. When they had gone 20 paces, she said quietly, "That was almost useful. Your praise is excessive. I ration it, as all good reformists do." A click escaped her throat. It might have been amusement. Then her expression hardened again. "The assembly is waiting." "What assembly?" "The one you requested during your seizure." Carith stopped. "I requested nothing. You spoke 3 times in first pressure and once in Dominion command dialect. What did I request?" Sha'Ryn did not answer immediately. The transit spine opened ahead into a vast chamber filled with red-gold light. Heat washed over him. Voices, many voices. Human, Kashari, grey, Yeti resonance tones rumbling at the edge of translation. Bridge standard murmurs. A public chamber. "No, a hearing chamber." Sha'Ryn looked toward the doors. "You asked to be witnessed." Carith nearly turned around. The impulse was so sudden and so strong that his body shifted before discipline caught it. Sha'Ryn saw. She did not mock him. That was worse. Inside the chamber, the verdant refuge had gathered itself into uncomfortable democracy. The hall had once been a Warden cargo vault. Deep workers had cut open the upper levels and converted them into tiered galleries. Heat stones burned along the floor in long channels. Above them, translational fields shimmered to equalize temperature for humans and greys who could not tolerate Kashari warmth. At the center stood a circular speaking platform carved from black stone recovered from a dead lunar archive. No throne, no elevated seat, no procession, only the circle. That too was intentional. Aaron Vale stood near the human delegation, arms folded, face quiet. Lily Mercer sat beside a projection table with her sketchbooks open. Pressure script drifted in luminous threads above the pages, responding faintly to the chamber's collective anxiety. Daniel Mercer was already arguing with someone. Of course. A group of human survivors occupied the left gallery. Some were former abductees. Some had lost family members during the last years of the relay. Some were dreamers whose recovered memories had turned grief into evidence. Their presence had been negotiated, limited, protested, approved, protested again, and ultimately allowed because Daniel had said the phrase closed-door reconciliation with such contempt that even 3 diplomats had surrendered. Across from them stood Kashari reformists, deep workers, verdant scale, uncoiled, 2 memory priests beneath grey veils, several war-brood defectors. Near the rear, under heavy guard, watched 3 loyalist observers in formal black. And near the far wall, almost too still to be noticed, stood Elith Thren -4 once. Grey administrator, former technician of the prison, now thin, pale and silent, hands folded before them as though every movement required consent from the dead. The witness was absent in physical form. Not entirely. A small constellation of blue-white light hovered high above the chamber, near the ceiling, watching, listening, not intervening. Kareth entered. The hall changed, not loudly. Breath shifted. Spines stiffened. Human faces hardened. Kashari throats closed around old reflexes. The loyalist observers lowered their heads in a gesture that was not respect but claim. Warden, traitor, monster, necessary witness, the words did not need to be spoken. Kareth heard them all. Sha'Ryn walked to the central circle and touched the pressure stone. This emergency assembly of the Verdant Refuge is opened under witness of the Bridge Coalition, human survivor delegates, grey restoration representatives, and unregistered Kashari coils. A murmur moved through the hall at the last phrase. Unregistered Kashari coils, once criminal language, now law if enough people survived long enough to make it so. Sha'Ryn continued. The ancestral signal has produced synchronized memory events across all known Kashari populations, including loyalist, reformist, isolated, hybrid, and unregistered lines. The first translated phrases have been verified through independent bridge resonance and Lily Mercer's interface drawings. Lily looked up at the mention of her name. Kareth felt the old discomfort again. A human reading pressure script. A human girl whose bloodline had been modified by systems he had defended. No, not girl, woman, witness. He corrected himself deliberately. Sha'Ryn's voice carried. The phrases are as follows. The Guardians forgot. Thal-Kor remembers. Return before the thrones. Erase the first command. The chamber grew still. Kareth had not known the third phrase had translated fully. He looked at Lily. She met his gaze. There was no triumph in her face, only exhaustion. And fear. Daniel's voice broke the silence from the human side. Before we begin pretending this is only a reptilian theological crisis, the phrase, erase the first command, has obvious operational implications. If the old dynasties can access the ancestral coil before we do, they can alter or destroy the primary evidence source. One of the loyalist observers spoke immediately. Human paranoia dressed as analysis. Daniel turned. No, analysis dressed as analysis. I understand the confusion. You probably classified both as subversive. A few humans made grim sounds that might have become laughter under gentler circumstances. The loyalist's throat membrane flared. Sha'Ryn struck the pressure stone once. The tone silenced the chamber. This assembly is not a dominance arena. Then why is he here? Someone called from the human gallery. Kareth did not need to look to know the speaker meant him, but he looked anyway. A woman stood near the front. Older. Black hair streaked with grey. Hands clenched around a small strip of cloth. A child's sleeve, perhaps, or a keepsake from one. Her eyes were fixed on him with such pure hatred that the room seemed warmer for it. My son died before the relay fell, she said. He was 7. 7. His body died in a hospital. His soul went into your machine. We do not know whether he remembered us. We do not know whether he was sent back. We do not know if he screamed. No one moved. The woman lifted the cloth. And now the dead planet of the Wardens calls, and we are asked to listen respectfully. Kareth could not answer. Aaron's face tightened, but he did not intervene. Good. No shield, no rescue. The woman's voice broke. Did you hear children in your corridors, Warden? Did you hear them when the moon took them? Kareth's body remained still by force. The hall waited. Every answer would be wrong. Yes would be insufficient. No would be unforgivable. I followed orders would be obscenity. I did not know would be cowardice. He lowered his head. I did not listen. The woman flinched as if struck. Kareth forced himself to continue. That is worse than not hearing. The system trained us to measure transition, not grief. We saw age, waveform stability, memory resistance, reincarnation suitability. We saw identifiers. We saw throughput. His voice roughened. We did not listen for children. Silence. Then from the Kashari side came a smaller voice. Were they afraid? Kareth turned. The hatchling from the recovery chamber stood beside Sha'Ryn's nurse near the lower gallery. The child had slipped forward when no one watched. Of course. Sha'Ryn's expression shifted sharply. The nurse reached for the hatchling, but the child stepped closer to the rail. When the moon took their dead, the hatchling asked, "Were Earth children afraid?" The chamber seemed to contract around the question. No tribunal, no accusation, no political strategy. Only a child asking whether other children had been frightened in the dark. Kareth looked at the hatchling. The answer rose inside him and died there. He saw the lunar corridors. He saw white light. He saw small consciousness signatures entering the stream wrapped in projected family voices. He saw handlers adjust comfort fields. He saw fear converted into compliance. He saw memory softened. He saw names dissolve. He saw the system mark successful transition. He had seen all of it. He had not listened. His mouth opened. No sound came. For the first time in more years than most human civilizations had existed, Kareth could not command his own voice. The hatchling waited. So did the dead. Kareth closed his eyes. A tremor moved through him. Small, visible. The warden trembled, not dramatically, not enough to satisfy anyone, only enough to be seen. "I do not know how afraid they were," he said at last. The words came slowly, each one carrying more weight than battle armor. "Because I was trained not to ask." The hatchling's expression changed. Not forgiveness, something more dangerous, understanding. The child looked toward the human woman holding the cloth, then back at Kareth. That was wrong. Kareth bowed his head. "Yes." The chamber remained silent. The young voice continued. "Will you ask now?" Kareth's throat closed. No doctrine had prepared him for mercy shaped like demand. "Yes," he said. The moment the word left him, the pressure stone beneath Sha'Ryn's hand ignited. The chamber vanished. Kareth fell into black glass. Not physically. No. Memory did not move the body first. It took the meaning and let flesh panic afterward. He stood inside a room with no door, the silent throne. He knew it. He had always known it. He had never known it. Both truths occupied him at once. The chamber was enormous, carved beneath a city that was not the moon and not Thal-Kor, but carried the memory of both. Black glass rose in sloping planes around a central pit. Above, 9 throned silhouettes hung in darkness like predators pretending to be architecture. No banners, no witnesses, no hatchlings except there, along the lower wall, heat baskets, small bodies asleep beneath red cloth. Why were there hatchlings in the silent throne? Kareth tried to move toward them. His body did not obey, not his current body, memory body, younger, armored, kneeling. He looked down and saw his hands, smaller than now, unscarred. Warden initiate claws tipped in ceremonial silver. He had been here, not as commander, as witness, no, as guard. A voice spoke from above. The first command cannot be carried into imperial age unchanged. Another voice answered from below. Old, thin, memory priest. It was not given for empire. A throne shadow shifted. Nothing survives unchanged. The priest stood beside the central pit, robed in ash-grey pressure cloth. His scales were pale with age. His hands trembled over a living script suspended above the floor. The command. Kareth could not read all of it. Memory blurred the edges, but pieces burned clear, preserve consciousness. The script pulsed, not written. Alive, by protecting a sound like stone cracking. One of the throne shadows leaned forward. "Protection requires authority," the priest said. "Authority is not ownership. Freedom destroys the vulnerable. Freedom is the condition under which consciousness becomes itself." The chamber darkened. The hatchlings stirred in their heat baskets. One began to sing. "Hold, breathe, I am here." A figure descended from the 9th throne. Female, tall, regal, face hidden behind black gold veil. Sareth fell. Younger, or perhaps memory made all tyrants younger at the moment they first chose fear. She carried a blade that was not metal. It was silence given edge. The priest stepped back. "Matriarch," Sareth lifted one hand. The priest's voice stopped, not silenced by force. Removed. Kareth felt horror rise in his younger body. He did not move. He had been ordered to witness. Sareth approached the living script. "The people require certainty," she said. The priest mouthed words no one could hear. Sareth placed the silence blade against the command. The script recoiled. Like a living thing, like a child touched by cold, the hatchlings began crying. Kareth's younger body wanted to rise. Did not. Could not. Training held him. The blade descended, words fell away, by protecting its freedom to become. The cut phrase collapsed into darkness. The remaining command blazed brighter, simpler, harder, preserve consciousness at any cost. The throne shadows exhaled as one. Relief. Kareth's younger self lowered his head, not in approval, in obedience. The old priest looked directly at him. Somehow, across memory, across sealed time, across all the years between warden and defector, those eyes found him. The priest mouthed one final sentence without sound. Then the memory gave it back. The first command was cut. Pain detonated through Kareth's skull. He returned screaming, not with dignity, not with control. The sound tore from him before discipline could seize it. The chamber erupted, heat stones flared, translation fields flickered. Humans recoiled. Kashari dropped into defensive crouches. Daniel shouted something about stabilizing the resonance bloom. Lily stood with both hands pressed against the projection table, eyes wide, pressure script streaming upward from every open page. Sha'Ryn was beside Kareth before he realized he had fallen to his knees. The pressure stone under him glowed white. Not amber, not red, white, old archive light. Across its surface, symbols appeared, not carved by claw, pressed from within. The first command was cut. The phrase repeated around the speaking circle in every language the bridge could carry. Kashari pressure script, human letters, grey resonance notation, Yeti stone song, Pathfinder shadow glyph, Luminari light thread. The first command was cut. The hall became chaos. A loyalist observer shouted, "Fabrication!" A human survivor yelled, "What command?" A memory priest collapsed against the railing, veil shaking. Sha'Ryn grabbed Kareth's arm. "What did you see?" Kareth could not breathe. The silent throne remained behind his eyes, hatchlings crying. Sareth's blade. The priest's voiceless mouth, his younger hands unscarred. Kneeling, "I was there," he whispered. Sha'Ryn went still. Kareth looked up at her. "I was there." The words spread through the chamber faster than translation. Daniel's face changed from shock to calculation to fury. Lily looked devastated. Aaron closed his eyes. Kareth understood why. Because if he had been there, then his ignorance was not clean. His memories had not merely failed, they had been sealed. And before they were sealed, some part of him had known. A loyalist observer stepped forward, voice ringing. "This is precisely why human-contaminated proceedings must cease. The defector is unstable. His memories are compromised by bridge interference." Eleth spoke for the first time. Softly. Precisely. "No." Everyone turned. The former Grey administrator stepped into the light. Their black eyes reflected the glowing phrase beneath Kareth's knees. "I recognize the signature of sealed procedural memory." The loyalist's eyes narrowed. "Grey interference is hardly credible testimony." Eleth did not react. "That is correct. Grey administration participated in many memory suppression architectures and cannot claim innocence." The chamber quieted. Eleth continued. "But expertise remains expertise. This is not human fabrication, nor bridge hallucination. The seal pattern resembles Warden-era command class compartmentalization. The memory was not erased. It was made inaccessible until triggered by root language pressure." Daniel stared at Eleth. "Meaning?" Eleth looked at Kareth. "Meaning someone wanted him to obey while preventing him from remembering why obedience had once disturbed him." Kareth felt the sentence enter him like a verdict. Not absolution. Worse. A map. Sha'Ryn's claws tightened around his arm. Who could seal a Warden initiate? The answer came from the collapsed memory priest near the railing. No one had noticed him stand. He was old, thinner than most Kashari, with scales faded to bone grey and eyes clouded by long coil exposure. His veil had fallen back. Across his brow glowed faint pressure scars. The chamber recognized him slowly. Then all at once, Vekael, last keeper of the coil. He was not supposed to be in the verdant refuge. He was not supposed to be anywhere outside sunless priesthood custody. 2 verdant guards moved toward him. He raised one trembling hand. They stopped, not by command, by shock. Vekael looked at Kareth with an expression so old it seemed eroded rather than formed. "The silent throne sealed all witnesses," he said. His voice carried poorly. The bridge amplified it. "Not only you," Sha'Ryn stared. "You knew." Vekael's eyes lowered. "Yes." The word nearly broke the chamber. The human woman holding the child's cloth stood again. "You knew what?" Thal-Kor looked at her. For a moment the old priest seemed to search for a ceremonial answer. Then perhaps the signal moved inside him too. Perhaps Thal-Kor had exhausted even priestly cowardice. "We knew the command had been altered," he said. A sound moved through the hall. Not a gasp, a rupture. The loyalist observers began speaking at once. Sha'Ryn struck the pressure stone so hard the tone made several humans cover their ears. "Silence!" The hall obeyed. "Barely," Thal-Kor continued. "The priesthood preserved fragments. We believed full release would collapse Kashari continuity. The thrones claimed that the lost clause had caused early protector failures. They said young civilizations died when left free. They said the amended command saved more than it harmed." His eyes closed. "We told ourselves delay was not betrayal." Daniel's voice cut from the human side. "How many years?" Thal-Kor did not answer. Daniel stepped forward. "How many years did your priesthood know the ideological foundation of the prison system was built on an edited command?" "Daniel?" Aaron said softly. "No." Daniel's voice did not rise. It hardened. "No, we are not smoothing this. How many?" Thal-Kor opened his eyes. "In your years?" The old priest swallowed. "Longer than your species has written history." Several human delegates began shouting. A Yeti envoy released a deep, grief-heavy tone that made the floor vibrate. The hatchling near the lower gallery began crying. That sound silenced more people than Sha'Ryn's strike had. Kareth turned toward the child. The hatchling's nurse pulled the young one close, but the child kept looking at him. Were they afraid? The question remained. Would you ask now? Kareth forced himself to stand. Every part of him wanted the floor, wanted punishment, wanted someone else to speak. Wanted the memory to return to darkness where guilt had no shape. No. He had asked to be witnessed, or some sealed part of him had. That was enough. The priesthood's concealment does not reduce warden guilt, he said. His voice sounded like stone dragged across stone. It increases it. The hall quieted by degrees. Kareth turned toward the human gallery. You were not imprisoned by a misunderstanding. You were imprisoned by institutions that benefited from a mutilated truth. You were not imprisoned by a misunderstanding. You were imprisoned by institutions that benefited from a mutilated truth. He turned toward the Kashari. We do not get to say the command was cut and therefore our crimes are explained. They are not. They are named. His eyes found Thal-Kor. The question is who cut it, who preserved the wound, who profited from the scar. Thal-Kor bowed his head. Sha'Ryn looked at Kareth with something that was not trust yet, but not contempt either. Then an alarm sounded, not loud, not emergency red, a formal tone. 3 descending pulses. Every Kashari in the chamber recognized it. Dynastic arrival. The loyalist observers straightened. Sha'Ryn's face went cold. Daniel muttered, "That sounds ceremonial, which means I'm about to hate it." A projection opened above the central circle. Black gold light unfurled in the air. The sigil of the 9th throne appeared first. A serpent coiled around a closed door. Then the image shifted. A figure stood inside a chamber of dark metal and dim red stars. Tall, regal, veiled in black and gold. Sareth Vel did not need to raise her voice. The room made space for it anyway. "Kareth of the broken warden line," she said. The old use of his name moved through him like a collar tightening. The matriarch continued, "You stand among humans who will never distinguish confession from conquest. You stand among children who will inherit shame if you allow enemies to write their origin. You stand among reformists brave enough to open wounds and naive enough to think wounds do not attract knives." Sha'Ryn stepped forward. "You are not welcome in this chamber." Sareth's veiled face turned slightly. Brave Sha'Ryn of the broken hatchery. Still sheltering young ones beneath stolen heat, still mistaking exposure for safety. Sha'Ryn's throat flared. Kareth moved one hand subtly. "Wait!" Sareth returned her attention to him. "The ancestral coil has awakened. That cannot be undone, but its meaning can still be protected from those who would turn memory into revenge." Daniel barked a humorless laugh. "There it is." Sareth ignored him. "Return to your people, Kareth. Come before the scale thrones. Speak as Kashari before Kashari. Do not let humans decide what our dead meant. Do not let Greys audit what they helped administer. Do not let the witness convert our grief into another beautiful observation. High above, the small constellation of the Witness pulsed once. Sareth's voice softened. That was the dangerous part. You remember shame and still stand. Good, then stand where your blood began. The projection shifted. A coordinate array unfolded. Black, red, alive with old pressure script. Lily gasped. The symbols on her sketchbooks answered immediately. Aaron stepped toward the projection. Those are Thal-Kor coordinates, Sareth spoke again. An invitation, a warning, a mercy. The chamber held its breath. Return to your people before humans write your history. The ninth throne's sigil brightened. Then the projection collapsed. For a moment, no one moved. Then the pressure stone beneath Kareth's feet pulsed one final time. A new phrase surfaced. Not in Sareth's script, not in modern Kashari, in the older hand. The hand of the coil, the cut remembers the blade. Kareth stared at the words. Behind him, Vekael made a small broken sound. Sha'Ryn whispered, "What does that mean?" Kareth looked toward the place where Sareth's image had been. He knew, not fully, not yet, but enough to feel the old seal shiver inside him. "It means," he said, "that Thal-Kor remembers who cut the command." The hatchling song began again somewhere beyond the chamber. This time no one told the children to be silent. Chapter 3. The Accountability Matrix. The first peace session began with a lie. Everyone called it peace because no one wanted to say tribunal yet. Daniel Mercer noticed the avoidance immediately. He noticed the way diplomats softened their language before entering the Bridge Coalition command chamber. He noticed how the human delegates said reconciliation when they meant exhaustion. He noticed how the Grey Reformists said procedural restoration when they meant guilt. He noticed how the Reptilian Reformists said continuity when they meant please do not let our children inherit the knives meant for us. He noticed because noticing had become his job. That was unfair, technically. Daniel had never applied for the position of chief moral accountant for the post-prison universe. There had been no interview, no contract, no committee, no desk plaque, no cheerful orientation file labeled how to prevent interstellar forgiveness from becoming propaganda. There had only been aftermath. The moon had gone silent. The bridge had returned. The quantum sea had opened. The witness had remembered that even perfect memory could be incomplete. And then the oldest warden species in known history had begun trembling under the weight of a sentence carved into pressure stone the Guardians forgot. Daniel had slept 14 minutes since. He considered that generous. The Bridge Coalition command chamber had been designed for consensus. That was its first mistake. The room floated inside the central spine of the bridge nexus, a vast circular hall suspended between physical orbit and relational phase. Transparent walls opened onto Earth below, though below had become a negotiable term since interphase navigation rewrote everyone's confidence in geometry. Blue oceans curved beneath white storm systems. City lights glowed along continents, like memory trying to imitate stars. Above, the living architecture of the bridge moved in slow luminous branches. It did not pulse like machinery. It breathed like a patient question. At the center stood the command table. Daniel had renamed it the table where everyone comes to avoid responsibility. No one had adopted the term officially. Cowards. Around the table gathered representatives from species and factions that, only a few years earlier, would have considered one another myth, enemy, resource, or administrative problem. Humans from the first awakened nations. Dreamers with memory continuity scars. Grey reformists who still moved as if expecting an order to arrive from a dead system. Yeti delegates from the White Door enclaves, broad and solemn beneath woven crystal bands. Pathfinder observers, dark-furred and almost motionless, listening more deeply than anyone spoke. Luminari navigators, shimmering faintly in bodies made partly of light thread and partly of choice. Verdant-scale reptilian reformists, including Sha'Ryn of the Broken Hatchery. A small, deep-coil civilian delegation seated together beneath warming fields, their hatchlings hidden in adjacent rooms, because the adults did not trust history enough to bring children into a chamber full of promises. Kareth was not yet present. That absence was its own pressure. The warden who had trembled was still recovering from the silent throne seizure and Sereth Vel's invitation. Officially, he remained under medical observation. Unofficially, everyone in the chamber knew he was preparing to decide whether to face the scale thrones or let their message go unanswered. Daniel knew Kareth would come. Guilt had gravity. So did Truth. The witness stood near the far edge of the chamber in its conversational form, tall, translucent, and full of patient stars. It had not sat down. Daniel suspected this was less because it lacked a body, and more because ancient cosmic observers enjoyed making chairs feel irrelevant. Oren stood beside it, darker and quieter, a being whose former isolation still clung to the room like cold between walls. Oren had learned connection late. That made its attention sharper than comfort. Aaron Vale stood opposite Daniel, hands resting lightly on the table. He looked tired in the way only awakened souls look tired, not from lack of sleep, but from carrying too many versions of themselves in one body. Lily Mercer sat beside him with one sketchbook open and two closed. Daniel had decided not to comment on the number. He was growing as a person, probably. The meeting opened with Ambassador Havel of the Earth Transitional Council clearing his throat. Daniel disliked throat clearing. It usually meant a terrible idea had dressed itself in manners. "We all understand the urgency," Havel began. "Matriarch Sareth Vel has extended an invitation that cannot be ignored. The Ancestral Coil may hold the key to avoiding full-scale Reptilian civil war, but before any expedition proceeds, we need to establish a unified diplomatic response." "Diplomatic response," Daniel repeated. Havel's expression tightened. "Yes." Daniel tapped the surface of the table once. The chamber dimmed. A projection unfolded above them. Not a map. A ledger. Columns of light stretched upward through the chamber, each one dense with encoded files, survivor testimonies, recovered lunar records, grey administrative logs, Warden command traces, bridge-restored memories, and species-level harm reports. The projection grew, then kept growing. It reached the ceiling and continued through it, visible now as a translucent tower rising above the command chamber into the bridge nexus like a monument nobody wanted to build. No one spoke. Daniel looked at Havel. Diplomatic response to what, exactly? Havel swallowed. Daniel continued before anyone could rescue him. Memory erasure? Forced reincarnation? Consciousness containment? Emotional extraction? Bloodline manipulation? Abduction programs? Hybridization without informed consent? Fear architecture? Lunar relay routing? Cultural destabilization? Interphase isolation of Earth neighbor civilizations? Grey administrative complicity? Reptilian command doctrine? Warden caste conditioning? Hatchling indoctrination? The use of grief as political infrastructure? The ledger continued rising. Daniel's voice stayed flat. "That is not diplomacy. That is an audit of civilization-scale harm." One of the Luminari delegates dimmed slightly. A grey reformist lowered its head. Sha'Ryn did not look away from the ledger. That earned Daniel's respect. It did not make the conversation easier. The first argument came from the humans. That did not surprise Daniel. Humans were magnificent at surviving oppression, and then immediately disagreeing about what survival meant. Minister Alawi of the North African Memory Restoration Council leaned forward, her face drawn with sleepless restraint. "My people want names," she said. "Not species names, not faction names, individual names, who managed the regional fear loops, who authorized the grief amplification cycles, who selected families for bloodline tracking, who operated the corridor masks, who spoke as dead mothers to children entering the light." Across the table, a human dreamer named Elias turned pale. He had been 8 when the first memory cascade restored his death between lives. He had remembered a grandmother welcoming him into the corridor. His real grandmother had still been alive at the time. Daniel did not look away from him. The chamber needed to see what euphemisms protected. Ambassador Havel shifted uncomfortably. "Minister, I understand the desire for accountability." "No," Alawi said. "You understand the desire to prevent riots." Several delegates stirred. She did not apologize. Good, Daniel thought. Someone had arrived angry enough to be useful. A Yeti elder named Tom Ra placed one large hand flat upon the table. The surface brightened beneath his palm, adjusting respectfully to his resonance. "Our mountain doors were sealed for thousands of years by Warden avoidance doctrine," he said slowly. His voice moved like stone remembering pressure. "The harm done to us was not the same as the harm done to humans. We were not harvested in the same way, but our children learned to live beside neighbors who could not hear us. Isolation became inherited weather." A Pathfinder observer added, "Forests remember fences even after the posts rot." Daniel glanced at Aaron. Aaron's face had tightened. That line had hit him somewhere old. Then came the first reptilian voice, not Sha'Ryn. An older verdant scale negotiator named Vash Aaron, narrow-faced and scarred along one shoulder, spoke with visible effort. "We do not dispute harm," he said. "But if the coalition demands full public confession before civil protections are established, loyalist factions will use the fear to rally every uncommitted coil. Sarith Vel already claims humans want revenge, not truth. Give her proof, and she will turn mourning into recruitment." Daniel nodded once. "That is not wrong." Relief flickered across the negotiator's face. Daniel hated what he had to do next, but "it is incomplete." The relief vanished. Daniel expanded the ledger. A second projection appeared beside it, population maps of reptilian enclaves, reformist sanctuaries, loyalist arc corridors, deep coil civilian routes, hatchery clusters, and phase-sheathed vaults hidden across the bridge network. "I understand the Civil War problem," Daniel said. "I also understand the propaganda problem. But there is a third problem everyone keeps stepping around because it is inconvenient." He lifted one finger. "The old systems still exist. No one moved." Daniel touched the projection. Darker symbols appeared beneath known infrastructure, not current military fleets, not visible bases, foundations, control routes, grey suppression channels embedded in decommissioned relay nodes. Reptilian phase vaults whose access signatures had never been surrendered. Lunar fallback scripts wrapped in ceremonial dead code, bloodline indexing fragments disguised as medical archives, emotion mapping algorithms archived inside reconciliation databases because some idiot had decided useful tools should be preserved for research. Daniel pointed at the last category. "I have a list of idiots." A grey delegate flinched. Daniel stared. "Good. You should," Aaron said softly. Daniel did not look at him. Not yet. The chamber grew colder, though the thermal systems remained stable. That happened often now. Emotion changed perceived physics in rooms designed by the bridge. Daniel had filed a complaint. The bridge had responded by growing a small flowering vine near his workspace. He considered that escalation. Eleth entered during the silence. Once, the being had been Thren 4, a grey administrator assigned to soul flow supervision, memory suppression, and continuity stabilization. Now they had chosen a name with a softer center and carried it like a fragile instrument. They moved carefully through the chamber, not because their body was weak, but because reclaimed identity had made every room containing former victims feel morally dense. Daniel watched them approach. Eleth gave him one brief nod. Permission, maybe, or warning. Daniel accepted both. "You asked to speak?" Havel said. Eleth stood beside the projection. Their large, dark eyes reflected the ledger, column after column of lives reduced to data, because data was the only way some civilizations admitted harm existed. "Yes," Eleth said. Their voice remained precise, but Daniel had learned to hear the tremor beneath it. "I administered systems like these. The chamber became very still. I did not design the first prison. I did not issue the oldest commands. I did not sit upon a warden throne. For many cycles I used those distinctions as anesthesia." Daniel felt the word land. Anesthesia. That was the right word, Eleth continued. "Procedure can make cruelty feel weightless. Each action becomes partial. One operator stabilizes a returning soul. Another reduces identity retention. Another routes grief signatures. Another assigns incarnation probability. Another audits emotional residue. Another files variance reports. No individual hand appears to hold the entire knife." No one spoke. Eleth looked toward the reptilian reformists. "That is how obedience survives conscience. Then toward the humans. That is how administrators tell themselves they did not choose harm. Then toward the witness. That is also how observers decide they have not participated. The witness did not move. Its starlight dimmed by a fraction." Daniel felt something inside him loosen. Not satisfaction. Respect. Eleth turned back to the table. "If the Kashari are permitted to answer a species-level harm with a symbolic apology, the surviving systems will adapt. They will reclassify. They will rename coercion as support, surveillance as stewardship, surrender as consent, and trauma management as healing. The architecture will remain. Only the language will molt." Sha'Ryn closed her eyes. The word molt hit the reptilian side harder than any accusation could have. Elith said, "The matrix must be structural." Daniel nodded. "Thank you." Elith looked at him. "Do not make it merciless." Daniel held the gaze. "I'm trying to make it survivable. That is what we said." The words struck like a clean blade. Daniel looked away first, not because he disagreed, because he did not. Aaron asked for recess. Daniel almost refused. Then he saw Lily watching him. That was worse than a vote. The chamber entered a 15-minute pause. Delegates broke into whispering clusters. Humans gathered with humans. Reptilians with reptilians. Greys did what greys always did when emotionally cornered. They stood almost perfectly still and looked like guilt had been given elbows. Daniel walked to the outer observation wall. Earth turned below. Beautiful, unreasonable. Still there. Aaron joined him after a moment. For several seconds neither man spoke. That was rare. Daniel distrusted silence. It gave feelings room to organize. Finally, Aaron said, "You're right." Daniel exhaled. "I hate when conversations begin that way. You're also angry enough to build something dangerous." "There it is." Aaron looked down at Earth. The prison turned people into categories. Useful, unstable, recyclable, awakened, compliant, defective. "I am aware." "I know." Aaron's voice stayed gentle. That made Daniel want to argue more. "The danger," Aaron continued, "is that our response becomes another categorization system. Guilty, eligible, restorable, irredeemable, protected, exposed." Daniel turned toward him. "Some people are guilty, yes. Some archives must be exposed, yes. Some systems must be dismantled so thoroughly that future archaeologists assume we were being petty." Despite himself, Aaron almost smiled. "Yes, then what exactly is the objection?" Aaron hesitated. Daniel hated that too. Aaron did not hesitate because he lacked answers. He hesitated because he could feel the human cost of every answer before speaking it aloud. "I don't want revenge to learn how to use your spreadsheets." Daniel stared at him. "That may be the most offensive thing anyone has ever said to me." "I know. My spreadsheets have ethics. That's what worries me." Daniel looked back at Earth. For a moment, irritation protected him. Then it failed. Below them, clouds moved over the Pacific, soft and indifferent to interstellar justice. "Do you know how many corridor masks we've identified?" Daniel asked. Aaron said nothing. 17 billion unique emotional impersonation profiles. That is the verified number, not projected. Verified. Aaron's expression changed. Daniel continued because stopping would have meant feeling it without structure. Mothers, fathers, lost children, religious figures, friends, pets, voices people trusted more than themselves. The system learned the shape of love and wore it like a costume. Aaron closed his eyes. Daniel's voice lowered. "I am not interested in vengeance. Vengeance is inefficient. It satisfies pain and leaves machinery intact. I want bolts removed. I want command trees exposed. I want every hidden protocol dragged into language so bland no tyrant can hide inside it again." "That sounds like justice. It sounds like inventory." Daniel swallowed. The motion hurt. "My sister drew dead worlds before we knew they existed. Children remembered corridors before adults believed them. People died for thousands of years inside a machine designed to call itself mercy." He looked at Aaron then. "If we answer that with a candle ceremony and a shared statement about moving forward, I will personally throw the statement into the quantum sea." Aaron's eyes softened. "I'll help." Daniel almost laughed. "Almost." Then Aaron said, "But if you build the matrix like a prison turned inside out, I'll stop you." Daniel nodded slowly. "Good." The word surprised both of them. Daniel looked back through the chamber, toward the delegates, the ledger, the reptilian reformists, the grey administrators, the Yeti witnesses, and the witness that was learning testimony by being accused of absence. "Then help me make it harder to misuse." Aaron's answer came quietly. "That I can do." When the meeting resumed, Daniel erased the ledger. Several delegates looked relieved. Then he replaced it with a blank architecture map. Their relief reconsidered itself. "This," Daniel said, "is the accountability matrix." The words appeared above the table. No dramatic music followed. Daniel had checked. The bridge had once added atmospheric harmonics during a treaty draft, and he had threatened to resign from reality. The matrix began as 5 empty rings around a central spiral. Lily watched the formation closely. Her fingers moved slightly over the open page of her sketchbook. The bridge responded but did not complete the pattern for her. Good, Daniel thought. Consent mattered even with impossible architecture. The Matrix is not a punishment engine, he said. It is not a reconciliation ceremony. It is not a surrender demand. It is not a species indictment. It is a governance structure for truth, repair, dismantling, and child protection. He touched the first ring. It brightened white. Ring 1, Truth Release. Archive symbols unfolded. All Warden-era records held by Reptilian dynasties, grey continuity remnants, lunar fragments, human government collaborators, and bridge-recovered systems must be catalogued, copied, and placed under multi-species custody. No faction gets sole control of its own evidence. Not humans. Not Greys, not Reptilians, not the Coalition. A human delegate frowned. Why not humans? We were the primary victims. No, Tomra said softly. You were the loudest survivors because your prison broke first. The chamber absorbed that. Daniel nodded. Exactly. Earth was central but not alone. The Matrix must not turn human suffering into ownership of universal truth. The witness looked toward him. Daniel ignored it before it could praise him. He touched the second ring. It brightened blue. Ring 2, Victim Ledgers. The word ledgers made several delegates tense. Daniel expected that. He changed the projection. Instead of columns, tiny lights appeared. Each light carried no visible data until touched. Not statistics. Names when known. Civilizations when names are lost. Family lines when individuals were erased. Dream sequences where records were destroyed. Testimony only with consent. No survivor is required to become educational material for the comfort of perpetrators. Lily looked up. Memory needs witness, she said. Not performance. The second ring stabilized. Daniel touched the third. It burned amber. Ring 3, Warden Tech dismantling. The chamber lights lowered as schematics appeared. Lunar relay fragments. Phase vault access keys. Residual reincarnation corridor scripts. Bloodline indexing repositories. Emotional resonance amplifiers. Dream seeding arrays. Suppression harmonics hidden inside medical restoration devices. Every control architecture identified will be classified under one of 4 outcomes: destroy, disable, transform under consent protocols, or preserve only as inert evidence. No live warden system remains operational because someone finds it historically interesting. Daniel glanced pointedly at 3 academic delegates. One of them looked wounded. Good. The 4th ring brightened green. Ring 4, reparative restoration. Orin tilted its head. Daniel had expected interest from that direction. This includes memory restoration support, trauma care, voluntary identity repair, relocation assistance for species displaced by Warden policies, cultural archive recovery, interphase corridor reopening, and technology transfers that do not create dependence. A deep coil civilian delegate made a low clicking sound. And for Kashari civilians? She asked. Daniel turned to her. Yes. The room shifted. Several humans reacted sharply. Daniel let them. Then he continued. Reptilian civilians are not exempt from protection because their rulers maintained the prison. Hatchlings did not build lunar relays. Deep workers did not write throne doctrine. Broken hatcheries did not authorize bloodline experiments. If the Matrix becomes collective revenge, Sarith Vel wins before her fleet moves. Sha'Ryn's throat membrane fluttered. She lowered her head once. Not gratitude. Recognition. Daniel touched the 5th ring. It brightened red gold. Ring 5, hatchling protections. The reptilian side became utterly still. No child inherits legal guilt. No hatchling may be caste assigned by warden lineage. No reformist enclave may surrender young ones to loyalist reconditioning in exchange for political recognition. No tribunal may use children as symbolic proof of species redemption. Education includes the full history when developmentally appropriate, not dynastic myth and not human revenge doctrine. The deep coil delegate covered her mouth with one clawed hand. Sha'Ryn looked down. Daniel had not expected the silence to hurt. It did. He pushed through. These protections are non-negotiable. General unease moved across the human side. Minister Alawi leaned back. You are protecting their children before naming our dead. Daniel met her gaze. I am doing both. That may not satisfy survivors. It won't. The bluntness surprised her. Daniel said, Justice that satisfies pain immediately usually recruits more pain. We are not building satisfaction. We are building a structure that prevents repetition. Aloe studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Not agreement, permission to continue for now. The central spiral remained dark, everyone noticed. Daniel had not explained it yet. That was because he did not like it. Lily did. Of course she did. That part isn't yours, she said. Daniel sighed. I was hoping no one would say that. It's listening. Everything listens now. It's very annoying. The witness turned slightly. Listening is often the first form of ethics. Daniel pointed at it. Don't help. I was helping. That's what I said. A few people laughed. Quietly. Too quietly. But laughter still entered the room. That mattered more than Daniel wanted to admit. Lily stood and placed her sketchbook beside the projection. The page showed a spiral carved into black stone, but unlike the loyalist sigils from Sareth's invitation, this one had open spaces between its curves. It shouldn't close, Lily said. Daniel looked at the image. What shouldn't? The center. Aaron came closer. Lily traced the air above the page without touching the drawing. The old systems always closed the center. Every path led inward. Every soul returned to processing. Every doctrine returned to throne authority. Every apology returned to the ruler's power to forgive itself. Daniel stared. That was irritatingly accurate, she continued. The Matrix needs an open center. Something no faction owns. Oren spoke for the first time. An unpossessed place. The witness looked toward Oren. There was tenderness in the motion. Oren did not look away. Daniel felt the architecture shift beneath the conversation. The bridge liked the phrase. Unpossessed place. He could feel it before the table responded. The central spiral brightened, but did not seal. Its arms opened outward into the 5 rings, then beyond them toward the chamber walls, through the station, into the bridge, into the network of worlds beyond. No center throne, no final authority, only connected obligations. Daniel hated how beautiful it looked. Beautiful things made people careless. He said, fine, central principle, no authority may own confession. The Matrix accepted the sentence. Words appeared in the open center. No one owns the truth they harmed. The chamber went silent. Then the bridge translated the phrase into human languages. Then grey harmonic notation. Then Yeti stone song. Then Pathfinder scent memory geometry. Then Luminari light thread. Finally, reluctantly, it translated into old Kashari pressure script. The letters pressed themselves into the projection like claws entering basalt. Sha'Ryn inhaled sharply. Vash-Aaron whispered, That will enrage the thrones. Daniel nodded. Good. Then they can find the correct department. Aaron looked at him. Daniel, what? You are the department. Daniel paused. I regret the structure immediately. The second argument came from the diplomats. Of course it did. A silver-robed mediator from the Luminari Collective rose with the kind of elegant reluctance that meant the next idea would be dressed too well. The Matrix is morally substantial, she said. But perhaps its public unveiling should follow a symbolic peace ceremony. A first gesture between human survivors and Kashari reformists, something visible, hopeful, controlled. A way to deny Sareth Vel the claim that the coalition seeks humiliation. Daniel placed both hands on the table. He stared at the mediator, then at Havel, then at the human delegates, then at the Reptilian reformists. No, the word arrived without decoration. Havel closed his eyes. The mediator maintained composure. We are not suggesting concealment. Yes, you are. We are suggesting sequencing. That is concealment with a calendar. A few humans made uncomfortable sounds. Daniel continued. You want a ceremony first because ceremonies produce images. Images calm populations by time. Time allows powerful factions to negotiate terms before evidence hardens into public expectation. The mediator's light thread flickered. That is a cynical interpretation. It is an experienced one. She lifted her chin. Hope matters. Yes, Daniel said. That is why I object to counterfeiting it. Silence. Daniel felt Aaron watching him again. This time he did not soften. Apology is not a policy, Daniel said. A ceremony is not restitution. A shared stage is not structural change. A warden kneeling while cameras record, it does not dismantle the device beneath the floor. The mediator said nothing. Daniel looked toward the Reptilian delegates. If Kashari reformists want to confess into a system that protects evidence and survivors. If humans want to forgive as individuals, not as species representatives spending pain they do not personally own. If Greys want restoration, surrender the administrative templates. If the witness wants to observe, testify. If the bridge wants connection, make connection accountable. The witness stepped closer. I will testify. The chamber changed. It was a small sentence. It should not have mattered. But when a being born to observe billions of years of consciousness said it would no longer merely watch, the room felt the axis of history shift. Daniel looked at the witness. For once he did not make a joke. Good. The witness inclined its head. I do not yet understand how to testify well. No one does at first. Will you instruct me? Daniel blinked. That was unfortunate. The universe had found another way to assign him homework. Later, he said. Is that a promise or a deferral? Yes. The witness seemed satisfied. Daniel envied it. Then the matrix screamed. Not audibly. The bridge did not use alarms when meaning could do the damage directly. A red fracture split the projection. Every ring destabilized at once. The ledger returned without command. Symbols cascaded through the air too quickly to read. Grey suppression code, Reptilian pressure script, lunar relay fragments, Thal-Kor coordinates, bloodline indexing syntax, dormant Warden access keys. Daniel's body moved before his fear caught up. Freeze external updates. Technicians across the chamber snapped into motion. Human hands flew over consoles. Grey reformists interfaced through harmonic pads. Yeti resonance anchors struck the floor with staff butts, stabilizing the room's emotional pressure before panic could propagate through the bridge. Lily grabbed her sketchbook. The page had changed. A black spiral now cut across the paper from edge to edge. No ink had drawn it. The fibers themselves had darkened. Aaron stepped beside her. What is it? Daniel did not answer. He was reading, or trying to. The Matrix had done what he built it to do. Too well, it had begun cross-referencing harm categories against remaining Warden infrastructure. Truth release touched archive custody. Archive custody touched phase vaults. Phase vaults touched dormant access corridors. Dormant access corridors touched Thal-Kor coordinate sets from Sereth's invitation. And something had answered. Not a person, a protocol, ancient, buried, active. Elith reached the console beside him. Their fingers hovered above the harmonic interface. Daniel, I see it. No, Elith said. You see the surface. They entered a command sequence Daniel did not know. The projection folded open. Beneath the Reptilian script lay grey administrative scaffolding. Beneath the grey scaffolding lay older Warden doctrine code. Beneath that lay something almost biological, a black strand of instructions written in pressure, grief, and command authority. Sha'Ryn stood abruptly. Her throat membrane flared fully now. That is silent molting structure. Daniel looked at her. What does silent molting do? She did not answer. Aaron did. His voice had gone dry. It removes contaminated memory from a coil before the young inherit it. Daniel stared. Define removes. No one on the Reptilian side spoke. That was definition enough. Elith said, Memory erasure protocol. Daniel's stomach went cold. The projection updated. Target, Ancestral Coil access layer status. Leave vector, phase-sheathed vault chain authority signature. Ninth Throne silent priesthood legacy estimated arrival, 11 hours. The chamber went silent. 11 hours. Daniel hated that number too. Lily's drawing pulsed. Pressure script appeared beneath the black spiral. She whispered the translation before the bridge displayed it. Do not let the wound close before it speaks. Aaron turned toward Sha'Ryn. Can Sereth erase the coil? Sha'Ryn's face looked carved from old fear. No, she said. Relief began to move. Then she finished. She can make it remember only what the thrones can survive. That was worse. Daniel looked at the Matrix. The open center remained lit. No one owns the truth they harmed. The live protocol moved beneath it like a knife under skin. Kareth entered then. No one had announced him. He stood at the chamber threshold, broad, wounded, and terribly still. Amber recovery light still clung to the seams of his armor. His eyes moved from the Matrix to the silent molting trace to the Thal-Kor coordinates. Then to Daniel. "What has happened?" Daniel answered before anyone could soften it. "Your people's truth has a deletion protocol moving toward it." Kareth crossed the chamber slowly. Each step sounded heavier than the last. He stopped before the projection. The black strand reflected in his gold eyes. For a moment no one saw the former warden. They saw a child of a dead world staring at the hand reaching to cut his species' oldest memory before it could confess. Kareth's jaw tightened. "Sareth." "Likely," Daniel said, "but the signature includes priesthood authority." Vaykile's name went unspoken. That made it louder. The witness approached the table. "The Matrix has discovered a living form of forgetting." Daniel looked up. "Yes." Oren's voice moved softly through the chamber. "Then your justice has become a race against erasure." Daniel stared at the red countdown forming over the Thal-Kor coordinates. 10 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds. He thought of ceremonies, statements, sequencing, images. Hope performed before truth survived. Then he looked at the open center of the Matrix. "No one owns the truth they harmed. Prepare the horizon," Daniel said. Havel stood. "We have not authorized an expedition." Daniel did not look at him. "The expedition just became evidence preservation. That is not a category under current coalition protocol." Daniel turned slowly. "Then update the protocol." The bridge brightened. Somewhere deep inside its living architecture, pathways began opening. Thal-Kor's coordinates rose above the table. Black, red, waiting. Kareth placed one clawed hand against the projection. The silent, molting trace reacted to his bloodline, curling toward him like a thing that recognized ownership. He did not pull away. His voice was quiet when he spoke. "I will go." Aaron stepped beside him. "So will we—" Daniel looked from one to the other, then at Lily, who was already closing her sketchbook with the expression of someone who had seen the road before anyone named it. Of course. Of course they were going. Nobody in this catastrophe had ever learned the value of staying behind. Daniel touched the Matrix once more, the 5 rings compressed into a portable archive seal. Truth release, victim ledgers, dismantling, restoration, hatchling protection, an open center no throne could own. The seal settled into a small prism of white gold light above his palm. It was heavier than light had any right to be. Daniel closed his hand around it. For the first time since the session began, he felt no sarcasm rise to protect him. Only fear, and beneath it, purpose. "Fine," he said. His voice sounded steadier than he felt. "We saved the evidence first." The countdown continued. 10 hours, 58 minutes. Outside the chamber, Earth turned silently beneath the bridge. Far beyond it, somewhere beneath dead volcanic stone and black glass cities no living human had ever seen, the Ancestral Coil waited with a wound still open. And something old was already reaching to close it. Chapter 4. The Matriarch of the Ninth Throne. Sareth Vel had buried 3 hatchlings before she learned to rule. That was the truth no anthem preserved. No throne mural showed her kneeling in ash with 2 broken claws and a heat-cloth bundle pressed against her chest. No priest recited the names of the small ones whose shells had opened too early beneath a collapsing free-world sky. No loyal brood song remembered how long she had waited for the 3rd hatchling to breathe after the medics stopped trying. History preferred cleaner images. The matriarch of the 9th throne, keeper of the dominion scale, mother of war broods, defender of order, last sovereign of the unbroken line. Those titles travelled well through ceremony. They did not tremble. They did not smell of burnt egg membrane, ruptured oxygen moss, and the bitter antiseptic paste used when hatchery wounds could no longer be closed. Sareth remembered all of it anyway. She stood alone inside the morning chamber of the Dominion-scale flagship, one clawed hand resting against a panel of black volcanic glass taken from Thal-Kor before the final arc launch. The glass did not reflect her clearly. Nothing from Thal-Kor did. It returned faces warped by heat, pressure, and old memory, as though the dead world refused to show any child of its blood without also showing what had been lost. Her reflection stared back. Tall. Still. Ivory-scaled along the throat and inner arms, dark emerald over the brow and shoulders with gold battle seams braided through the old ceremonial armour of the 9th throne. Age had sharpened her rather than bent her. The ridges along her skull swept backward in a crown-like line, natural once, reinforced later by dynastic alloy. Her left eye remained amber. Her right had been replaced, after the collapse of Orvith, with a memory lens that could record courtroom testimony, battlefield telemetry, and the heat pattern of a liar's pulse. The lens saw too much. The amber eye remembered too much. Behind her, 3 empty sleeping basins rested beneath a low arch of bone-white ceramic. They were not true graves. There had been nothing left to carry. Still, she had carried something. A cracked shell fragment, a strip of heat cloth. One tiny claw blackened at the tip, wrapped in mineral silk. The basins held those remnants, now inside sealed amber. No one aboard the flagship knew the chamber existed except Sareth and the priest who had sworn never to speak of it. That priest had died 900 cycles ago. Sareth had kept the vow for him. She looked at the 3 basins. "I did not build cages for you," she whispered. The chamber listened. The dead offered no correction. A tone sounded at the door, low, formal. Unwelcome, Sareth did not turn. "Enter." The door opened without sound. General Corvash stepped inside and lowered himself into the military inclination of the Red Brood. One fist against the sternum, claws outward, throat membrane sealed to show disciplined restraint. He was massive even by War Brood standards. His scales were iron black, his armour scored by old phase burns. One horn had been cut nearly to the root. He had kept it that way, refusing regrowth as a reminder to younger soldiers that survival was more persuasive than symmetry. "The scale thrones have gathered," he said. "I know. The signal has spread through all unsealed brood channels. I know that also." Corvash's good eye flicked toward the 3 basins. Only once. He was too well trained to linger. "The reformists are calling it proof," he said. Sareth's claws tightened against the glass. "Reformists call hunger a negotiating partner when their bellies are full. The verdant scale has released fragments of the transmission." "Of course they have. The Guardians forgot." He spoke the phrase without reverence. That was one reason she valued him. Some soldiers became frightened by words. Corvash understood that words became dangerous only when disciplined minds stopped contesting them. Sareth looked once more at the basins. The smallest had belonged to Vare, the first to hatch, the first to die. "The Guardians forgot," she repeated softly. Then she turned from the dead. "No, General. The Guardians remembered what free worlds become when no one is strong enough to hold them together. The Dominion-scale flagship did not exist in ordinary space. Not entirely. To human instruments, it would have appeared as a mild gravitational irritation inside a dead corridor between abandoned arc routes. To grey phase diagnostics, it would have registered as a refusal, matter folded beneath its own dimensional signature, present enough to influence mass, absent enough to avoid accountability. To the bridge, if the bridge had been allowed to listen closely, it might have felt like an old scar trying to pretend it was armour. Its name was Caron Vale, the last carapace. It had once been a reptilian arc ship designed to carry hatcheries away from Thal-Kor during the Dying Age. Later, it became a command vessel. Later still, a throne corridor. Then a prison logistics centre. Then a hidden sanctuary for those dynasties unwilling to surrender their authority after the moon fell silent. Sareth preferred not to call it a refuge. Refuge implied fear. She called it continuity. The ship stretched through a phase-sheathed arc corridor like a fossilized serpent coiled around invisible currents. Its outer hull was not smooth metal but layered scale plates of black-green ceramic, each engraved with pressure script older than most bridge languages. Between the plates, red light pulsed slowly, imitating a heartbeat the vessel had never possessed. The interior corridors curved with deliberate discomfort. No straight paths, no soft corners. Reptilian architecture had always distrusted easy movement. A visitor was meant to feel the structure's discipline with every step. Incline, compression, turn, heat, shadow. Human envoys complained that old Warden spaces felt like being swallowed. They were not entirely wrong. The 9th throne chamber rested at the vessel's deepest phase anchor. It had no windows. It did not need them. Within the chamber, 9 tiers of black glass rose in a circle around a central pit, filled with slow red light. Each tier held one of the remaining scale thrones, represented either by physical body, phase projection, or ancestral proxy mask for lineages too damaged to travel. Above them, banners of scale, bone, and pressure-written oath strips hung in the hot air. No music played. Music was for uncertain rooms. This room had been built to declare certainty. When Sareth entered, all 9 tiers lowered their light by 1 degree. A calculated gesture, respect without submission. She approved. Submission made allies useless. The central pit opened wider as she descended toward the speaking dais. The red light rose around her armor and painted her ivory throat the color of blood. General Kor Vash followed 3 paces behind. Vekael stood already at the base of the chamber. That was uncharacteristic. The last keeper of the coil rarely stood where soldiers could reach him. He was ancient enough to make frailty seem strategic. His body had thinned almost to translucence along the throat and joints. His scales had lost most pigment, fading to ash gold and bone. The pressure script brands along his arms were not decorative. They were vows, historical locks, and punishments written directly into flesh by priests who believed memory should hurt when handled carelessly. His eyes remained terribly clear. Sareth had always disliked clear eyes. They made evasion feel visible. "My thrones," she said. Her voice crossed the chamber without amplification. The pit carried it. The old ships had been built for command. "You have heard the phrase." No one answered. They had all heard it. Every reptilian who carried unblocked ancestral response tissue had heard it. Some heard it as sound, some as heat, some as pressure behind the eyes, some as hatchling song rising from burial chambers no dynasty had admitted existed. The Guardians forgot. A childish phrase, a devastating one. Sareth let the silence stretch until the room began needing her to end it. Then she did. The Bridge Coalition will call this revelation. The human tribunals will call it evidence. The verdant scale will call it liberation. Kareth will call it penance because defectors must perfume treason with grief. A low ripple moved through the thrones. Not laughter. Agreement with teeth. Sareth lifted one hand. The central pit brightened. A projection appeared above it, Thal-Kor. Not as it had been in the First Age, not as poets lied it into being, as it was now, black glass continents. Dead mineral seas, red ash storms crawling across cracked basins, the sky scar still glowing faintly where the last arc launch had torn atmosphere, mantle, memory and prayer into one wound. Several younger throne delegates lowered their eyes. Good. Let them see it. Let them feel the cost before they use the word truth, as if truth alone had ever kept a hatchling warm. "This," Sareth said, "is what we survived." The planet rotated slowly. It did not die because we loved hierarchy. It did not die because our mothers sang too softly or our warriors obeyed too well. Thal-Kor died because worlds die, because stone fails, because vents close, because hunger is older than morality, because no amount of freedom persuades a collapsing sky to spare children. She let the image shift. Another world appeared, blue-green, beautiful, open oceans, white cities along shining coasts. Orveth, the free world collapse. A murmur moved through the room. Some recognized it immediately. Others only knew the official record, a failed protectorate, self-governed, uncontained, unharvested, uncorrected by Warden guidance until too late. The Bridge would have described it differently. The Bridge liked relational complexity. It liked grief with many hands and blame distributed carefully enough that no one's claws remained fully red. Sareth had no patience for such mercy. She had been there. Orveth asked for autonomy, she said. A coastal city brightened in the projection. They said guidance had become interference. They said memory audits were tyranny. They said emotional regulation violated emergence. They said young civilizations must be allowed to choose their own becoming. The last phrase struck the chamber like a hidden nerve. Their freedom to become. No one spoke it aloud. Sareth did not either. Not yet. We withdrew, she continued. Not fully, never fully. We are not fools. But enough to prove the theory, enough to let choice show its face. The projection accelerated. Government chambers split into factions. Cities burned. Supply routes collapsed. Religious militias weaponized dream archives. Genetic guilds began editing regional populations without consent. Children were sorted by predictive loyalty. Louche extraction did not begin there by Warden design. That had always been the part Sareth remembered most bitterly. They invented their own harvest. Given freedom, they learned extraction without being taught. They discovered emotional resonance, Sareth said. They called it communion at first, then emergency stabilization, then defense funding, then sacred obligation, then debt. The images worsened. No screams played. She had not included sound. The chamber did not need it. I watched a civilization choose itself into cages while insisting every lock was liberation. The projection changed again. A hatchery beneath a cracked white dome. Smoke. Heat failure. Medics moving too late. 3 small basins marked with emergency light. General Corvash lowered his head. He had seen these records before. Few others had. Sareth did not look away. I had 3 hatchlings inside that world. The rune changed. Not politically. Biologically. Throat membranes tightened. Postures shifted. Even the proxy masks dimmed as older instincts moved beneath doctrine. Hatchlings broke rhetoric. That was why she rarely mentioned hers. I believed then that the architect's old mercy could be tested. I believed that a protected civilization, given enough knowledge and enough space, might choose cooperation without command. The hatchery dome buckled. She closed her hand. The projection froze before the collapse completed. She had never watched the final second again. Not once. I was wrong. Silence. No one in the chamber seemed to breathe. Sareth let them sit inside the admission. Then she gave it shape. Freedom is not innocence. Choice is not wisdom. Connection is not safety. A bridge can carry medicine. It can also carry plague. A door can welcome the lost. It can also release the predator. She turned slowly, meeting each thrown tier in sequence. The Bridge Coalition has forgotten this, because it was born from collapse and mistook survival for proof. Humans broke one prison and now imagine they understand all cages. Greys found regret and now call it awakening. The witness learned friendship and now believes testimony can replace command. Kareth trembles before hatchlings and thinks trembling is transformation. Her voice softened. That made it more dangerous. I do not despise them for this. Young hope is not a crime, but neither is it governance. Veikyl's eyes remained on her. Too clear, too old. Sareth turned toward him deliberately, and now the ancestral coil wakes. At the words, pressure moved through the chamber. The ship itself reacted. A subtle contraction along the floor. A pulse in the red light. A memory trying to rise through architecture trained to suppress it. The coil does not wake in stability, Sareth said. It wakes during species panic. It wakes while human tribunals draft frameworks for crimes they cannot yet comprehend. It wakes while reformist hatcheries teach children songs stripped of duty. It wakes while the living spiral reopens pathways our ancestors sealed for reasons the coalition refuses to respect. She stepped to the edge of the pit. If the coil speaks without containment, it will not heal us. It will fracture us. One thrown delegate from the 5th scale leaned forward. Matriarch, the reformist claimed the coil carries the complete first command. There it was, the room's hidden tooth. Sareth looked toward the speaker. I am aware. They claim the command was altered. They claim many things. The delegate did not retreat. Is it false? General Corvash's claws shifted slightly against his armor. Sareth raised one finger. He stilled. The question had to be allowed. Suppressed doubts multiplied underground. Answered doubts could be disciplined. Sareth looked back into the pit. The projection vanished. Only red light remained. The first command came to a species already dying, she said. Remember that before you make scripture out of fragments. It came to ancestors who had clawed through burning stone, starvation, predator dark, vent collapse, brood war, ash plague, and ark terror. It came not as poetry. It came as burden. Vaykyl closed his eyes. Only briefly. She noticed. The preserved command reads, Preserve consciousness at any cost. The words appeared above the pit in pressure script. All 9 thrones bowed their heads. Habit, training, survival made ritual. Sareth did not bow. She watched Vaykyl. He opened his eyes. Keeper, she said, you have served the coil longer than any living Kashari. Tell these thrones whether the command preserved us. Vaykyl's throat membrane did not move. It preserved a version of us. The answer displeased the room. Good. Truth often displeased before it endangered. Sareth smiled faintly. A priest's answer. A coward's answer, perhaps. That quieted everyone. Vaykyl had not raised his voice. He did not need to. Sareth studied him. The ancient priest stood with both hands folded inside his sleeves. The brands along his arms glowed softly, reacting to pressure in the chamber. You requested to speak, she said. I requested to warn. Then warn. Vekael turned toward the thrones. The Ancestral Coil is not a weapon. It is not a throne archive. It is not a legal shield. It is not a reservoir to be curated for species morale. It is memory older than our empire, older than the prison, older than the altered doctrine by which we justified both. A red brood commander hissed from the lower tier. Vekael did not look at him. If it wakes, it must wake whole. The chamber tightened. Sareth felt the shift immediately. Whole, a word more dangerous than accusation. She descended one step closer to him. And if wholeness destroys the last structure holding our people together? Then the structure was already broken. Spoken like one who never buried hatchlings under a free world sky. Pain crossed his face. There, not guilt. Recognition. Matriarch, he said softly. I blessed the first cut. The room became so silent that even the ship's pulse seemed to stop. Sareth did not move. Careful, she said. I was young. Vekael's voice remained steady. Not young by flesh, young by obedience. The silent throne convened after the Ark famine. The command was unstable in translation. Some said the final clause would make guardianship impossible. Some said vulnerable civilizations would interpret freedom as immunity from consequence. Some said our own hatchlings would reject service if they inherited ambiguity. Pressure script brands brightened along his wrists. I agreed. The fifth scale delegate whispered, Final clause. Sareth did not look away from Vekael. Neither did anyone else. The old priest's mouth tightened. The command was longer than the version preserved in throne doctrine. General Korvash took one step forward. Sareth did not stop him this time. Speak the clause, she said. Vekael looked at her. 1,000 years of delayed confession stood between them. Then he lowered his head. No. Korvash's voice became a low growl. You refuse your matriarch? I refuse spectacle. You refuse command. I refuse to let the most dangerous words in our history become ammunition for whichever side shouts first. A hiss travelled through the thrones. Sareth lifted her hand again. Silence returned. You admit alteration, she said. I admit participation. You admit the command was cut. I admit we believed cutting it would preserve the species. And did it? Vekael's eyes met hers. The clarity in them was unbearable. For a time. Sareth stepped close enough that the heat from her armour touched his old scales. For a time, she repeated, a phrase used by those alive because someone else accepted the cost of continuity. Vekael did not flinch. I am alive because I was too frightened to trust what the architects commanded. The architects abandoned us. Perhaps me, Keeper. Then no, they did not abandon only us. They abandoned certainty. Sareth's amber eye narrowed. Behind it, the memory lens recorded every pulse variation. Vekael was afraid, but not of her. That mattered. He was afraid of what he knew. You will not bless silent molting, she said. No. You will not authorize erasure. No. You will not reveal the full truth. His silence answered. A murmur moved again through the chamber. Sareth turned away from him and climbed back toward the speaking dais. There were ways to handle such moments. A weaker ruler would rage. A frightened one would kill him. A careless one would expose the full fracture before the room could be guided through it. Sareth had not survived by confusing impulse with power. She faced the thrones. You have heard the Keeper. The priesthood is divided against itself. The reformists are already distributing fragments. The Bridge Coalition will arrive with human grievance, grey guilt, cosmic witnesses, and matrices dressed as justice. They will demand our oldest memory in the name of universal healing. Her voice grew softer again. Ask yourselves who benefits when a species is encouraged to hate its own survival. The words landed. She saw it. Fear moved where certainty had cracked. Good. Fear was not always weakness. Sometimes fear was the nervous system of history. The coil must be secured before outsiders turn it into a tribunal device. We will reach Thal-Kor first. We will stabilize the archive. We will prevent uncontrolled release. Then, and only then, will we determine what our hatchlings are strong enough to inherit. A throne delegate from the second scale rose. And Kareth? For the first time, Sareth's expression hardened. Kareth will be offered return. Why? Because symbols matter. A defector kneeling voluntarily before his people is more useful than a martyr standing beside humans, and if he refuses, then he will choose his record. Corvash's voice cut through the chamber. "The Red Brood stands with the 9th throne." He dropped to one knee. Not theatrical. "Marshal." Around him, Red Brood commanders struck their fists against their armor in sequence. 1, 2, 3. The sound rolled through the chamber like buried thunder. "We will secure Thal-Kor," Corvash said. "We will intercept the reformist vessel. We will neutralize bridge interference. We will preserve the coil." Sereth looked down at him. "You will not fire first unless fired upon." Corvash's jaw tightened. She waited. He bowed his head. "As commanded, we are not raiders," she said. "We are not frightened broodlings lunging in the dark. We are order. Yes, matriarch." She turned toward the thrones. "Prepare phase sheathing. Open the arc corridor to Thal-Kor. Wake the old navigation cysts. Send word through loyal brood channels. No Reptilian archive is to answer bridge request without throne review." A lower delegate asked, "And the silent, molting protocol?" Vekael looked up sharply. Sereth did not look at him. "Continue stabilization." The phrase was clean enough for politics. Everyone understood it. Vekael closed his eyes. This time the pain on his face was not hidden. Sereth saw it. She forced herself not to care. Caring, improperly disciplined, had buried 3 hatchlings. After the thrones dispersed into strategy channels, Sereth remained in the chamber with Vekael. General Corvash waited near the upper door, far enough to signal privacy, close enough to kill if needed. The central pit dimmed to a low ember. Without the thrones watching, the room felt older, less certain, more honest than it deserved. Vekael stood at the edge of the pit, staring into the fading red light. "You should have let me speak," he said. "I did. No, you let me become useful." Sereth walked slowly down the steps. "Usefulness is not an insult. For a blade, perhaps. For a species trying not to shatter." He looked toward her. "You believe you are preventing shattering. I have prevented it before. You have postponed it. That is what survival is." "No," Vekael said. "That is what fear calls survival when it has no imagination left." Corvash shifted near the door. Sereth smiled faintly. "Careful, Keeper. You are becoming lyrical. That is how reformists injure themselves." The old priest did not return the smile. "You know the clause." The word struck more deeply than accusation. Sereth said nothing. "You have always known." She moved to the pit's edge. Below the glass, red light turned slowly, imitating molten stone. "Do you think the 9th throne passes inheritance through decorative anthem?" she asked. "No. Do you think my line held command authority for this long without preserving what lesser dynasties misplaced?" "I think your line preserved the wound and called it crown." Sereth's claws clicked once against the glass. A small sound. A dangerous one. Vekael lowered his head. "Not in fear. In grief. The full command was not gentle," he said. "That is what no one understands. The missing words do not absolve us. They condemn us more precisely." Sereth's voice went cold. "They condemn softness." "No. They condemn hesitation." "No. They condemn every mother who chose a living hatchling over a philosophy." At that, Vekael finally flinched. "Good. Let him remember she was not a symbol on his confession wall. She was not an abstract tyrant available for philosophical correction. She was the one who had held the heat cloth. She was the one who had heard the 3rd child stop breathing. "They condemn ownership," he said, quietly. The word entered the chamber and would not leave. Ownership. Sereth stared into the pit. The red light blurred for one moment, then sharpened. "I have never owned a child," she said. "No, you have owned civilizations in their name." Silence fell. Corvash's hand closed around the hilt of his phase shear blade. Sereth did not tell him to release it. She did not tell him to draw it either. Vekael looked very tired. "Matriarch, I am not your enemy. That is what makes you inconvenient. If silent molting touches the coil, the truth will not disappear. It will deform. It will return as prophecy, madness, splinter archive, bloodline seizure. You cannot cut species memory cleanly anymore. The living spiral has changed the pressure around all sealed things." "I know." "Then stop the protocol." "I cannot." "You can." Sereth turned toward him. The memory lens in her right eye dilated. "I cannot because I did not initiate it." For the first time since entering the chamber, Vekael lost composure. "What?" The silent priesthood legacy systems activated autonomously after the phrase spread. "That is impossible." "Few useful disasters are possible until they occur." Vekael's brands brightened. No autonomous priesthood system should hold access to the coil. And yet, his voice became a whisper, who restored the chain? Sareth did not answer immediately. That was answer enough. Thal-Kor closed his eyes. You did. I restored dormant safeguards. You restored a knife and told yourself it was a lock. I restored the only system designed to prevent hostile seizure of ancestral memory. The hostile seizure is now the system itself. Sareth looked back toward the pit. That remains to be determined. No, he said. It does not. His voice had changed. Old fear had become old authority. For a heartbeat, Sareth saw not a frail priest but the last keeper of the coil, the one being alive whose memory keys could open Thal-Kor's deepest archive without bloodline violence. You need me, he said. Sareth almost laughed. There was no humor in it. Obviously, I will not help you curate the coil. I do not need curation. You need access. Yes, and if I refuse? She looked at him then. Really looked. Not as ruler to priest, not as defendant to witness, as one old survivor to another. Then the autonomous protocol reaches the coil without either of us guiding it. The Bridge Coalition arrives with Daniel Mercer's justice machine. Kareth bleeds guilt across every open channel. The verdant scale turns confession into revolution, and our hatchlings inherit civil war before they inherit truth. Thal-Kor said nothing. So yes, Sareth continued, I need you, not to erase, to prevent fools from forcing revelation faster than the species can endure. You still believe memory should ask permission. I believe children should not be crushed beneath adult confession, performed for the moral satisfaction of enemies. They are not enemies. Some are victims. Yes, Sareth said, and victims can become executioners if handed sacred rage without structure. Thal-Kor's gaze softened. That angered her more than contempt would have. He pitied her. Matriarch, he said, grief has made you brilliant. It has also made you cruel. Sareth stepped closer. Grief made me accurate. No, grief taught you the shape of loss. Fear taught you to make that shape into law. The pit pulsed. Somewhere inside the ship, a phase engine awakened. The Charon veil was beginning to move. Not through space, through concealment, through old arc roads folded beside the visible world, toward Thal-Kor, toward the coil, toward the wound beneath all doctrine. Sareth turned away first. A ruler could not allow every true sentence to become a public injury. You will accompany us, she said. I will accompany the coil, as you prefer. I will not bless silent molting. I have stopped asking for blessing. That should worry you. It does. The honesty surprised them both. For one brief moment the room changed. Not softened, nothing between them was soft. But something older than politics stood visible, two survivors of a species that had turned every wound into office, every fear into hierarchy, every necessary defense into permanent dominion. Then Kor-Vash spoke from the doorway. Matriarch. The moment ended. Sareth turned. What? Red Brood Scouts have traced coalition launch preparation. The vessel Horizon is being readied. Of course it is. Kareth is listed among the expedition. Thal-Kor's eyes flickered. Sareth noticed. The defector chooses an audience, she said. Kor-Vash added. Daniel Mercer carries the accountability matrix. Sareth's right eye adjusted, running silent threat models. Aaron Vale, Lily Mercer, Daniel Mercer, Kareth, the witness. Oren. Likely Sha'Ryn if the verdant scale had any instinct for symbolism, a coalition of wounds pretending to be a rescue party, or perhaps a rescue party strong enough because it knew it was wounded. She disliked that possibility. Do we intercept? Kor-Vash asked. No. His throat membrane tightened. No. If we strike the horizon before Thal-Kor, we prove every accusation they carry. Then we let them follow. We let them arrive second. Kor-Vash's mouth opened slightly in a soldier's restrained objection. Sareth lifted one hand. They are not our immediate threat. The Matrix is a tool. Dangerous, yes, but tools require access. The coil is access. Thal-Kor is access. The Silent Throne archive is access. Thal-Kor looked up sharply. Sareth saw it. There. The reaction she had been waiting for. She turned toward him slowly. You know where it is. The old priest did not answer. Sareth smiled, and this time there was no warmth in it. You always knew. No one should recover that chamber because doctrine was cut there? Because everyone who enters believes they will control what the chamber remembers. Where is it? Vkael's silence hardened. Corvash moved from the door. Sareth stopped him with a glance. No, she said. Pain is a primitive translator. The Keeper deserves more accurate language. She stepped closer to Vkael. The Silent Throne archive contains the original proceedings, the voices, the votes, the cut, the signatures. His eyes looked older than the ship. Yes, and the autonomous molting protocol will seek it before touching the coil. Yes, because the protocol needs the doctrinal authority of the first alteration to justify a second. Vkael closed his eyes. Yes, the chamber seemed to tilt around them. Sareth felt the old shape of history adjust, not a line, a circle tightening. How long, she asked, if the chain is already active? It is less than 11 hours. I know the countdown. How long before it reaches the Silent Throne archive? Vkael opened his eyes. Sooner. The word carried enough dread to satisfy even Corvash. Sareth turned toward the general, Wake the Deep Retrieval cohort. Corvash inclined his head. Yes, matriarch. Not Red Brood frontline. Archive recovery only. No demolitions near pressure script vaults. No memory burners. No loyalty cleansers. He hesitated. No loyalty cleansers? Do you misunderstand archive recovery? No, matriarch. Good. She looked back at Vkael. You will give us the coordinates. I will give you a warning. Coordinates first. The chamber is not only a place. I am familiar with symbolic priest evasions. It is a place, he said, and a memory, and a judgment. The Silent Throne archive was sealed inside a phase-sheathed fold under Thal-Kor's western mantle, anchored to the blood signatures of every dynasty that voted to cut the command. It opens for authority. It also opens against it. Sareth absorbed that. What does that mean? It means the chamber was designed by cowards who feared future cowards. Despite herself, Sareth almost admired the sentence. Vkael continued. If you enter carrying the intention to erase, the chamber will record that intention as continuation of the first crime. And if I enter carrying the intention to preserve, the chamber will decide whether you know the difference. Corvash made a low sound. Priests irritated soldiers almost as much as poets did. Sareth, however, was silent. The chamber will decide. She had ruled too long to enjoy any room with opinions. Give Corvash the coordinates, she said. Vkael bowed his head. For one moment she thought he would refuse. Instead he lifted his branded hands. Pressure script rose from his skin in thin amber lines and moved into the air between them. The symbols twisted together, forming a map that was not spatial, not entirely temporal, not entirely moral, but something reptilian memory architecture had always understood better than grey geometry. A way down, a way back, a way into the place where the first lie had been made official. Corvash captured the map inside a military prism. Recovery cohort waking, he said. Sareth looked toward the chamber ceiling. Above it, beyond layers of armour and phase shadow, the Kharan veil slid deeper into the old arc corridor. The ship's heartbeat quickened. Thal-Kor called from ahead. Not warmly. Home did not need warmth to call. Sometimes it called like debt. Later, alone again in the morning chamber, Sareth stood before the 3 empty basins. The ship moved around her. Phase sheathing hummed through the walls, a low pressure behind the bones. Old arc roads opened. Dead navigation cysts woke and tasted ancestral coordinates. The Kharan veil remembered how to flee a dying world, then reversed the memory. They were not fleeing now. They were returning. Sareth rested both hands on the edge of the smallest basin. Vea's basin. The amber seal glowed beneath her touch. Inside, the blackened claw fragment remained curled as though still trying to hold something. A nurse had once told her the third hatchling never felt pain. The nurse had meant mercy. Sareth had nearly killed her for it. Do not turn my child into comfort. That was what she had wanted to say. Instead, she had said nothing. Silence had been the first throne she ever sat upon. Now silence filled the chamber again. But not completely. A faint pressure moved behind the walls. At first she thought it was the arc corridor. Then she heard it. Not sound, memory, low, uneven, too soft to be official. A hatchling song. Hold. Breathe. I am here. Sereth's claws tightened against the basin. "No," she whispered. The song continued, not from her children, not from the basins, from the ship, from the pressure script in the walls, from Thal-Kor's old black glass waking under the approach of every child who had ever been told that obedience was safer than choice. Sereth stepped backward. The morning chamber dimmed. A line of script appeared across the volcanic glass panel. Not Dominion script. Older, cruder, the kind that had been pressed by claws before priests made language beautiful. She read it despite herself. No hatchling survives alone. For a moment she could not breathe. The phrase had no authority signature, no priesthood mark, no throne seal, no military encryption. It did not come from the bridge. It did not come from Vakael. It came from below doctrine, below empire, below the cut. Then a second line formed. "What did you build after we died?" Sereth stared at the words until her memory lens began recording involuntary heat distortion from her own face. The room seemed too small. For the first time in centuries, the matriarch of the Ninth Throne wanted to break something without knowing whether the urge came from rage or sorrow. She touched the panel. The words vanished. The hatchling song faded. Only her reflection remained. Tall, still, ivory-throated, gold-armoured, a ruler wearing grief so long it had learned to call itself law. The door tone sounded again. Corvash's voice entered through the chamber seal. "Matriarch, the silent throne coordinates are confirmed. Retrieval cohort awaits your order." Sereth did not answer immediately. She looked once more at the three basins, then at the empty glass, then at herself. "What did I build?" she whispered. The dead did not answer. The ship did. Somewhere deep inside the Charon Veil, a hidden archive unlocked one layer too early. Sereth felt it like a blade sliding free. Her face became calm, regal, almost reasonable. The face history expected. She opened the door channel. "General, yes, Matriarch, recover the Silent Throne archive." A pause. "And the contents." Sereth looked at the basin of the child who had died last. Her voice did not tremble. "Bring me the chamber where doctrine was cut." Chapter 5. The Road Beneath Reality. The horizon did not look like a warship. That made Aaron Vale distrust it less. Not trust. Less distrust. Trust, after everything humanity had survived, had become a disciplined act. It was no longer a feeling that arrived because a room was bright or a voice sounded kind. False light had taught humanity that warmth could be weaponized. The moon had taught them that beauty could hide machinery. The old Warden systems had taught them that anything calling itself protection deserved to be studied from beneath, behind, and sideways. Still, the horizon did not look like a prison. That mattered. It rested inside the bridge Nexus departure garden, suspended above a circular basin of slowly moving light. Its hull was not a smooth military shell or a sleek spear of polished authority. It had been assembled from several civilizations that had learned to dislike domination in different languages. Human engineers had given it pressure doors, redundant life support, stubborn mechanical backups, and labels Daniel insisted were necessary, because mystical relational architecture is not a substitute for knowing which panel explodes. Grey reformists had woven phase stabilization filaments through the inner frame, thin silver lattices that flexed like nervous systems when the vessel listened to dimensional pressure. Yeti stonewrights had carved resonance anchors into the keel, not as decoration, but as memory. Every symbol had been sung into place by delegates from the hidden mountain civilizations who still disliked enclosed spacecraft, but had agreed, solemnly, that this one smelled less like conquest than most. Luminari navigators had threaded living light through the observation ribs. Reptilian reformists had installed the thermal heart. That had caused the first argument. Several human delegates had objected to reptilian systems being placed at the center of the vessel, carrying the bridge coalition toward Thal-Kor. Several reptilian reformists had objected more quietly because they feared anything their species built would be assumed to contain hidden teeth. Sha'Ryn had resolved the matter by placing her own hand against the thermal core and asking whether a child born after the moon fell should spend her entire life apologizing for heat. No one had answered. The thermal heart remained. Now it pulsed beneath the horizon's central spine in slow amber rhythm, neither engine nor reactor in the old sense. It warmed the vessel from within, keeping biological systems stable as phase currents tightened and loosened around the hull. It sounded faintly like breathing. Aaron stood on the departure platform watching that breath move through the ship. He did not want to admire it. He did anyway. Beside him, Daniel Mercer looked as though he had been assembled from coffee, irritation, and insufficient sleep. "That ship," Daniel said, "is an engineering compromise between 6 civilizations, 2 forms of matter, 3 politically incompatible navigation philosophies, and at least 1 ceremonial singing rock." Aaron kept watching the vessel. "Is that concern or pride?" "Yes, good answer. It is a terrible answer. It is just the accurate one." The departure garden stretched around them in a wide circular chamber open to stars that were not entirely physical. The bridge nexus had grown since the living spiral awakened. What had once been a station in orbit now existed partly in relational space, partly in conventional space, and partly in the strange listening depth between them. Its walls carried gardens that did not need soil, water pools that reflected conversations instead of faces, and pathways that shortened when people walked together honestly. Daniel hated that last feature. He had measured it 12 times. It remained impolite to geometry. Across the platform, Lily Mercer stood alone beneath a suspended ring of translation light. She had taken off her gloves. That meant the symbols had become difficult. The air around her hands shimmered with pressure script, claw-curved marks, nested rib shapes, spiral cuts, hatchling song pulses turned into written form. Some of the symbols moved as though remembering how to become wounds. Others pressed themselves briefly into the air before dissolving into graphite dust. Her sketchbooks floated open around her. 3 at first, then 7, then 12. The pages turned without wind. Black glass cities, red ash, tunnels descending beneath dead crust. Hands pressed against stone. The silent throne. A door without hinges, a wound that glowed. Aaron watched her shoulders tighten. Lily had faced the white door beneath the Himalayas. She had translated Yeti resonance into human language. She had drawn pathways before instruments could admit those pathways existed. She had stood before the witness when it learned uncertainty. She had seen the quantum sea move around reality like an ocean no one had known they were swimming inside. But the serpent symbols frightened her. Not because she was weak, because history had taught humans to fear certain shapes. Scaled bodies in dark rooms, underground corridors, warm voices promising order, sharp hands controlling soft memory. Fear did not ask whether the present had earned it. Fear inherited old architecture and called it instinct. Aaron crossed the platform quietly. Lily did not look up. "You're doing that thing," she said. "What thing?" "Walking slowly so I have time to pretend I am fine. I can walk normally." "No." "Then I would have to pretend faster." He stopped beside her. The nearest page showed a coordinate set unlike anything Daniel's systems could display. It resembled a map only if maps could be written in pressure, grief, temperature, and obligation. A spiral turned inside a claw mark. Beneath it, 7 lines bent around a black circle. Aaron felt a low ache behind his ribs. "Thal-Kor?" Lily nodded. "I think so. You translated it? Some of it? And the rest? The rest is translating me." Aaron looked at her then. Lily's eyes remained fixed on the page, but her expression had changed. Not fear alone. Recognition. Anger. The unsettled grief of discovering that a locked room inside yourself had a door someone else built. "What does that mean?" he asked. Before she could answer, Daniel approached carrying 3 tablets and wearing the expression of a man about to confirm bad news using excellent methodology. "It means," he said, "that the coordinate set is responding to her nervous system." Lily closed one of the sketchbooks with more force than necessary. "I enjoy being discussed as though I'm equipment." Daniel winced. "Fair. Sorry, accepted. Continue being upsetting, thank you." He set the tablets on the air. The bridge accepted them, holding each display upright in a cradle of soft white light. The first showed Lily's drawings. The second showed Reptilian pressure script recovered from reformist archives. The third displayed a structure that did not look like biology, language, or engineering, yet somehow resembled all 3. Daniel tapped the third image. This is not a conventional star coordinate system. It is not even a normal phase coordinate system. It is a root memory. Aaron frowned. A what? A path recorded by something that expected future travelers to feel their way through it. That sounds dangerous. It is extremely dangerous. It is also annoyingly elegant. Lily glanced at him. Annoyingly? Yes. I prefer my terrifying systems poorly designed. It makes resentment easier. Aaron studied the image. The route bent through layers of reality, not crossing distance so much as changing how distance behaved. Points of light appeared along the curve. Some were labelled in grey diagnostic code, others in bridge notation. Several remained untranslated. Around the entire route, pressure script formed a protective lattice. Daniel enlarged one section. The path begins in a known interface current, then drops into an older structure. Not Builder, not Grey, Reptilian, but older than their Warden Empire, possibly Arc-era, possibly pre-Arc. Lily's voice softened. A road home. Daniel did not make a joke. That was how Aaron knew the phrase had hit him. Yes, Daniel said, and no, it was probably built during the evacuation from Thal-Kor. But the route has been modified repeatedly. Some modifications are guidance, some are locks, some are traps, some are propaganda embedded so deeply into navigation that the ship will treat obedience as stability. Aaron looked toward the horizon. Can we use it? Not safely, can we use it unsafely? Daniel sighed. I hate that this has become a valid operational category. The witness appeared without ceremony beside the translation ring. One moment there was empty air. The next, a tall, translucent figure made of constellations stood beneath the light. Its eyes were galaxies. Its silence had weight, but not the crushing weight it once carried. Since the first observatory, the witness had become less distant, more present, not smaller, closer. It looked at Lily's pages. The route is not only where they travelled, it said. Daniel's mouth flattened. I was afraid you were going to say something like that. It is what they felt while travelling. Aaron looked from the witness to the route map. A coldness moved through him. Is that normal? No. Daniel raised one finger. Important clarification. It is not normal for physics as we understood it before reality became rude. It is disturbingly consistent with the bridge's current relational mechanics. The witness inclined its head. The road remembers fleeing. Lily's hands closed around the edge of the nearest sketchbook. Aaron looked toward the horizon again. A ship built by many species. A route built by one species running from a dying world. No wonder the air felt tense. The departure briefing began 47 minutes later because Daniel insisted that if they were about to travel through a traumatized dimensional corridor toward a dead reptilian homeworld, while a loyalist war faction tried to erase the truth before them, everyone could at least be on time. Naturally, no one was. Kareth arrived last. No one commented. The old warden entered the command amphitheatre with Sha'Ryn at his side and 3 verdant scale reformists behind him. He wore no ceremonial armour, only dark travel plating over his chest, arms and spine, stripped of rank seals. The absence of symbols made him appear larger somehow, more exposed. Several human observers watched him with open distrust. Kareth noticed. He always noticed. He took his place without challenge. Sha'Ryn remained standing beside him. Her green-gold scales caught the ambient light, softening whenever the horizon's thermal heart pulsed through the chamber floor. She was young by Kashari standards, though young had become a difficult word for a species that counted trauma in dynastic cycles. She carried a healer's thermal cord wrapped around one wrist and a pressure stylus behind her shoulder band. Not a weapon, a writing tool. That too was a kind of declaration. Elith stood near Daniel's console. Once the universe had known them as Thren 4, a grey administrator trained to classify pain as process. Now their chosen name still sat awkwardly inside coalition records because bureaucracies handled transformation poorly. Their thin hands moved across the instruments with precise restraint. Oren waited near the rear wall. Unlike the witness, Oren did not glow with cosmic architecture. He seemed almost human in outline, though no one would mistake him for one. He was made from absence softened by choice. A former isolate who had spent eternity shaped by disconnection and now stood among others as though every room remained a miracle he was trying not to frighten. Aaron had noticed that Oren never stood in the center of any gathering. He always chose the edge. Not from fear. Habit. Some civilizations, Aaron thought, took longer to arrive than their bodies did. Daniel brought the root model into the center of the amphitheater. It unfolded over the floor in luminous layers. "Our destination is Thal-Kor," he said. "Reptilian homeworld, officially dead. Unofficially broadcasting ancient memory through what appears to be a partially intact planetary archive called the Ancestral Coil." A murmur moved through the room. Daniel continued. "The route is not conventional space travel. The horizon will enter an interphase current adjacent to the quantum sea, then follow older reptilian arc corridors toward the Thal-Kor system. We will not be moving through space as much as moving through phase relationships that change where space agrees to place us." A human security officer raised a hand. "Could you make that less impossible?" "No." Lily smiled faintly despite herself. Daniel tapped the display. "The interphase medium behaves like a multi-layered ocean. Normal matter is localized in one phase state. The horizon will partially delocalize, maintain coherence through its grey lattice, stabilize emotional root, drift through bridge architecture, and use Lily's translations to avoid interpreting old reptilian obedience locks as navigational anchors." The officer stared. Daniel sighed. "Fine. We are going sideways through a haunted road. Do not touch glowing symbols unless Lily says so. That I understand." "Good. I hate it." The display shifted. Red marks appeared along the route. "These are risk zones. Temporal shear, memory pressure, dead world gravity echoes, loyalist interference. One suspected phase ambush point near a collapsed arc station. 2 zones where the corridor has begun folding around grief signatures." Kareth lifted his head slightly. "Grief signatures?" Daniel did not soften his answer. "Civilizations leave marks when they die." The room quieted. Eleth spoke next. Grey archive science avoided such terminology. "We categorized post-extinction phase distortion as residual informational drag." Daniel glanced at them. "And now?" Eleth looked at the root. "Now I suspect that phrase was a machine trying not to say sorrow." Aaron watched Kareth. The old warden did not move. But something in his face closed. Sha'Ryn noticed and placed 2 fingers lightly against her own throat. A reptilian calming gesture, Aaron guessed, not directed at Kareth exactly. Shared. Kareth's jaw tightened. He did not answer it. Not yet. The witness stepped toward the route. "The road is lonely. Several people turned toward it." Daniel rubbed his forehead. "Is that a measurement?" "Yes, of course it is." The witness extended one star-filled hand above the route. The symbols dimmed where its fingers passed. The corridor was used by many who believed they were the last. Each vessel carried hatchlings, ancestral records, ruling bloodlines, worker castes, engineers, priests, soldiers, and those who were not counted properly. Many did not reach the other side. Sha'Ryn looked down. "Deep workers." Kareth's voice was low. "Unregistered coils." "Yes," the witness said. "The road remembers them also." No one spoke. Then Oren did. His voice rarely entered a room quickly. It arrived as though asking permission from silence. "Some species isolate themselves because no one comes for them," he said. "Others isolate themselves because someone did come, and they were ashamed of what they became afterward." Aaron looked at him. Oren's gaze remained on the route. "Shame becomes architecture when memory has nowhere else to live." The phrase settled over the room with uncomfortable accuracy. Daniel looked as if he wanted to write it down and object to it simultaneously. Lily looked at the pressure script. "So the road is not just dangerous because of traps." "No," Oren said softly. "It is dangerous because it may ask you what you carry that you do not want to name." Across the chamber, Kareth finally answered Sha'Ryn's calming gesture. 2 fingers to his throat. Small, almost hidden, but not hidden enough. They left at 3:33 p.m. Daniel claimed it was compromise. The universe did not comment. The horizon's departure was nothing like the old launches humanity had once imagined. No pillar of fire, no roar, no violence against gravity. The ship lifted from the departure basin as though gravity had been persuaded rather than defeated. The bridge nexus opened around it. Not a door, a listening. The chamber walls became stars, then water, then a forest beneath violet snow, then a black glass tunnel full of hatchling songs, then only silver dark. Aaron stood inside the forward observation chamber, with Lily, Daniel, Kareth, Sha'Ryn, Elith, the witness, and Oren. The room curved around them in a half-circle, its transparent hull showing not space but the membrane between states. Outside, reality gathered itself like deep water. Daniel checked the final instrument stack. Coherence field stable, Elith added, grey lattice responding. Sha'Ryn touched the thermal panel, heart rhythm steady. Lily looked at the pressure script gathering across the forward glass. Root recognizes us. Daniel did not look up. Can you define recognizes in a way that does not make me want to cancel? No. I regret asking. The witness watched the darkness ahead. The road is waiting. Also not better, Daniel muttered. Aaron felt the floor soften beneath him, not physically, relationally. The bridge had taught him to recognize that now. Some transitions began before motion. A room changed when everyone in it understood they were about to become a shared memory. He looked at Lily. Her hands trembled slightly. Still with us? He asked. She gave a small nod. I think that's the problem. The forward glass brightened. Pressure script arranged itself in 7 bands. Daniel's voice became formal. Horizon entering sideways translation in 10. Kareth inhaled through his nose. 9. Sha'Ryn closed her eyes. 8. Oren placed one hand against the wall as if greeting it. 7. The witness did not blink. 6. Lily opened the sketchbook. 5. Aaron felt the old memory of falling toward Earth flicker somewhere deep inside him. 4. The horizon's thermal heart pulsed harder. 3. Outside, silver darkness folded. 2. The symbols on the glass pressed inward. 1. The horizon slipped beneath reality. The first sensation was depth, not speed. Depth. Aaron's stomach rose as though the ship had dropped through the floor of the universe into an ocean with no bottom. The forward glass filled with layered currents. Blue-black, silver, violet, deep green, colours that carried emotion before light. Strands of old roads moved in the distance like luminous kelp. Far below, something vast turned slowly beneath the pressure of dimensions. The quantum sea was not water, and yet every human body aboard the horizon tried to understand it as water. Aaron heard someone exhale behind him. Maybe himself, maybe everyone. The ship glided into a current wider than worlds. Along its edges floated fragments of gravitational memory. Not debris. Impressions. A dead moon appeared to their left, translucent and immense, its surface cracked into geometric shelves. It vanished when Aaron tried to focus on it directly. A city drifted below them upside down, towers collapsing in reverse, lights coming on in empty windows for civilizations that no longer existed. A ring of hatchery ships moved past in silence, their hulls broken open like eggshells. Within them, amber warmth still glowed faintly around chambers that had carried children away from some catastrophe no one aboard the horizon had names for. The witness spoke softly. Not all of these are Kashari. Daniel looked up from the instruments. What are they? Roads used by those who believed they had no other road. Lily's pencil moved. She was drawing without looking down. Aaron watched the lines form. Not Thal-Kor this time. A pattern of migration, exodus after exodus. Worlds leaving pieces of themselves in the interface medium because normal space could not hold all the grief of departure. Oren stood near the glass. His face, if face was the right word, held a sorrow that looked almost like recognition. Every isolated civilization thinks it is the first to lose its way, he said. That is one of isolation's cruelties. It tells grief that no one else has ever spoken its language. Kareth stared at the broken hatchery ships. Were these ours? The witness looked. Some. Kareth's claws curled. Which? The witness answered after a pause. I do not know. That answer seemed to hurt Kareth more than certainty would have. Sha'Ryn stepped beside him. We will know more soon. Kareth did not look at her. What if knowing is worse? Sha'Ryn's throat membrane fluttered. Then at least the dead will not have to carry it alone. The old warden closed his eyes. Aaron felt the words cross the room like a bridge built too late but built anyway. The horizon moved deeper. The current narrowed. Pressure script began appearing along the outside of the glass, not written upon it, but swimming beside the vessel. The symbols curved in schools around the hull. Some pulsed amber when Lily looked at them. Others darkened when Kareth breathed too sharply. Daniel studied the readings. Root memory density increasing. Translation shear with intolerance. Then the ship shuddered. Not hard. Enough for everybody to notice. Elith's hands moved quickly. Obedience lock attempting handshake. Daniel spun toward the console. Already? Lily stared at the symbols. They're asking for permission. Permission for what? To decide what we are. The forward glass darkened. 3 lines of pressure script burned across it. Blood, throne, command. The horizon's thermal heart skipped. Sha'Ryn hissed. Kareth stepped forward instinctively. I can answer it. Daniel's head snapped up. No. Kareth did not turn. This is old Warden recognition logic. It will stabilize if I provide rank authority and route us through whatever logic Ceres people left inside it, Daniel said. Absolutely not. The ship could fracture. It could also become obedient. Kareth's shoulders rose. You prefer rupture? I prefer not letting a haunted road classify us as Warden cargo. The symbols pressed harder. Blood, throne, command. The glass vibrated. Aaron felt a pressure inside his skull. Not pain. A suggestion. Order is safety. Hierarchy is warmth. Freedom is exposure. Obedience preserves. He stepped backward, breath catching. The thought had not belonged to him. Lily's pencil snapped in her hand. Stop listening, she whispered. Aaron looked at her. She was pale. What? The symbols aren't only on the glass. They're in the fear. Daniel's instruments alarmed. Translation drift, Elith said. The root is attempting to align us with Dominion command structure. Kareth's voice hardened. I said I can answer. Lily turned toward him. If you answer as a warden, the road wins. His eyes flashed. If I do not answer, the ship may die. Then answer as something else. The chamber fell silent except for alarms. Kareth stared at her. There is nothing else in the old systems. Lily looked down at her torn pencil, then at the swarm of symbols outside. Yes, she said. There is. She opened the oldest sketchbook. The page from Chapter 1's signal sequence rose into the air, trembling. A crude pressure symbol appeared there, not elegant, not royal, not doctrinal. A spiral pressed between 5 uneven claw marks. Ours. The first molting symbol. The mark Sha'Ryn had carved before thrones made language useful and priests made it safe. Lily placed her palm against the page. The symbol glowed. Outside the glass, blood flickered, throne dimmed. Command sharpened, resisting. Kareth whispered, That symbol is not accepted in art corridors. Lily looked at him. Maybe no one asked it to be. She stepped toward the forward glass. Aaron caught her wrist. The pressure coming through the pane made the air taste like iron. Lily. She looked back at him. Fear was there, so was choice. The symbols keep showing me what humans learn to fear, she said. Claws, scales, underground rooms, hands-on memory. But this one came before all that. Aaron slowly released her. Lily pressed her palm to the glass. The chamber lights went out. Darkness opened inside her, not the ship's darkness. Not space, memory darkness. Lily stood beneath volcanic stone. Heat pressed against her skin, though she knew her body remained aboard the horizon. Hatchlings cried somewhere nearby. The air tasted of sulphur and wet basalt. A wounded mother with dark grey scales dragged herself toward a collapsing passage while rival coils moved together through smoke. Sha'Ryn. The name arrived without translation. Lily saw the first molting not as a story but as pressure, lift, carry, share heat, not mine, ours. Then the vision changed. Black glass towers rose from Thal-Kor's crust. Language became beautiful, then formal, then sacred, then useful to rulers. The old symbol was carved onto temple walls, throne floors, military banners, prison seals. Every age sharpened it, every dynasty narrowed it. Ours became order, order became authority, authority became blood, blood became throne, throne became command. The original mark grew nearly unrecognizable beneath gold, blade geometry and sacred revisions. But beneath the layers the first pressure remained. No hatchling survives alone. Lily felt the root asking her a question without words. Which version will you carry? She wanted to pull away. Every inherited human fear rose at once. Do not open the serpent door. Do not trust the underground road. Do not let scaled hands touch your memory. Do not become what took from you. But beneath that fear was something older than fear. A child's drawing, a bridge, a doorway listening. The first lesson the universe had taught her across every impossible threshold. Relationship, not domination. Alignment, not rupture. listening, not force. Lily pressed her other hand against the glass. "I am not your blood," she whispered. The symbol flared. "I am not your throne." The ship trembled. "I am not your command." Outside, the old Dominion words fractured. Lily took a breath, but I can read what came before them. The crude symbol burned white gold. Ours. The horizon stabilized. Light returned all at once. Lily staggered. Aaron caught her before she fell. The alarms faded one by one. Daniel's console reconfigured itself in rapid pulses. "Translation drift correcting," he said. "Root lock reclassified. We are no longer being sorted by Warden hierarchy." Elith looked almost shaken. "What is it sorting us by?" Daniel stared at the answer. He laughed once. Not because it was funny, because sometimes reality became too precise to tolerate soberly. "Care network." Kareth looked toward Lily. She was still breathing hard, one hand pressed against Aaron's sleeve. The pressure symbol remained faintly visible on the forward glass. Ours, not ownership. Shared survival. Sha'Ryn touched 2 fingers to her throat. This time Kareth returned the gesture without hesitation. Then the horizon moved forward. The current accepted them. The second phase of the route was quieter. That made it worse. The interphase medium spread around them in long dark swells. The bright currents fell behind. Ahead, the old reptilian corridors descended into deeper pressure, where light seemed reluctant to travel without being remembered first. Dead worlds appeared more often now. Not as images, as weight. A planet with no atmosphere left a blue ache against the hull. A broken colony left the sound of doors closing from inside. A cluster of arc ships left warmth, then absence. Then the unmistakable emotional shape of children being counted, and counted again, because the adults already knew the number was wrong. The Horizon's crew stopped speaking casually. Even Daniel lowered his voice. The witness stood at the forward glass, its constellation body dimmed around the edges. Aaron approached it. "Are you all right?" The witness did not answer immediately. That had become one of its more human habits. Pausing because the first answer might not be the truest one. "I have observed many extinctions," it said. "I know. I catalogued them." Aaron looked out at the dark. "And now? Now I am learning that cataloguing is not the same as mourning." Aaron stood beside it in silence. The statement felt too large for comfort. Across the chamber, Oren listened without turning. The witness continued. "The Kashari Road is filled with a question." "What question?" The witness's galaxy eyes moved across the current. "Did we matter if we became what we feared?" Aaron let the question settle. He thought of humans after the prison. Former victims arguing about revenge, governments demanding access to old Warden systems in the name of planetary defense, survivors wanting punishment sharp enough to match pain. He understood the impulse. That frightened him, because understanding was not the same as endorsing, but it was close enough to require vigilance. "Every species asks that eventually," Aaron said. "Do they?" "I think so. What is the answer?" Aaron looked at Lily. She sat near the translation console with her hands wrapped around a cup of heated mineral tea Sha'Ryn had made for her. Daniel hovered nearby, pretending not to hover. Kareth stood at a respectful distance, looking as though apology itself had become too large to carry through a doorway. "I don't know," Aaron said, "but I think mattering is not the same as being innocent." The witness considered that. "That is uncomfortable." "Yes, then it may be useful." Aaron almost smiled. "You've been spending too much time with Daniel. I have been told this is one of my more serious risks." Oren approached then, slowly, as always. He stood on the witness's other side, looking through the glass at the roads beneath reality. "My people once believed absence protected us," he said. Aaron turned toward him. Oren's voice remained gentle. "When we became afraid of needing others, we built distance until distance became our home. We called it purity, then dignity, then necessity. Eventually we could no longer remember who had chosen the walls. They were simply there." The witness looked at him. "And now? Now I know that some prisons are not built around a species. Some are built from the species itself." A dead arc memory passed beneath the horizon, its broken hull shaped like a curled serpent, protecting a chamber that no longer held anything alive. Oren watched it fade. "The Kashari are not alone because no one loved them," he said. They are alone because shame became architecture, and architecture is difficult to apologize to. Aaron thought of Sereth Fell, the matriarch standing inside a ship named Continuity, hiding a mourning chamber from her own followers. Grief converted into policy. Loss taught to wear armor. Can shame be dismantled? Aaron asked. Oren's expression changed with something that might have been sadness. Not by force. The ship trembled again. This time the tremor carried teeth. Daniel's voice snapped across the chamber. Impact. Red light flooded the room. Elith's hands moved instantly, phase shear pulse. External. Military signature. Kareth spun toward the aft display. Red brood. The horizon lurched sideways. Outside, a dark line cut across the current. Not a beam of light, but an absence sharpened into weapon form. It struck the outer coherence field and split into black-red filaments that crawled along the hull like hooked veins. Sha'Ryn grabbed a rail. They followed us, Daniel shouted, not followed. Prepositioned. There's a military anchor embedded in the corridor. A second pulse hit. The observation chamber tilted. The dead world memories outside smeared into streaks. Lily fell against the translation console. The pressure symbols around her flared violently, cycling through Dominion revisions too fast to read. Blood. Control, preserve, obey, protect, submit, survive. Kareth moved toward the command panel. Daniel blocked him. Do not even think about Warden override. I was thinking about shielding. Think faster and less historically. Elith's voice remained calm in the way only terror trained out of expression could produce. Coherence loss in outer phase lattice. If we drop below 71%, the horizon will partially localize across 3 adjacent strata. The human security officer from the briefing gripped his station. Meaning? Daniel snapped. Meaning parts of us arrive in different versions of here. Bad. Yes, that is the technical summary. The third pulse struck. The ship screamed. Not metal, memory. Every pressure script line in the observation chamber lit red. For an instant, Aaron saw the false corridor again. White light. Warm voices. Behind it, machinery. Then the image twisted. Scaled hands, hatchlings behind glass, reptilian soldiers standing before human children. The moon's old machinery rerouting souls. Fear turned into architecture. The sabotage pulse was not only attacking the ship, it was attacking the meaning by which the ship held itself together. The horizon had been built as a cooperative vessel. The red brood weapon tried to convince it cooperation was weakness. A voice boomed through the pressure system. Not audible. Felt. Superior will preserves the vulnerable. Kareth staggered. Sereth's doctrine. Embedded inside a weapon. A fourth pulse formed in the current ahead. Lily rose unsteadily. Aaron reached for her. She shook her head once. I know. What? What it wants. The red symbols spun around the glass in a tightening spiral. Blood. Throne, command, the crude symbol she had used before flickered beneath them, nearly swallowed. Ours. They're trying to make the old symbol afraid of itself, Lily said. Daniel's eyes widened. That is either poetic or catastrophic. Both. The fourth pulse launched. The witness moved. For one impossible moment, its body expanded beyond the room, constellations widening into a shield of blue-white observation. The pulse struck and slowed, held in the space between arrival and impact. The witness's voice tightened. I cannot hold this long. Oren stepped beside it and raised both hands. Darkness softened around his fingers. Not absence as weapon, absence as room. The pulse slowed further, but the pressure made the entire chamber vibrate. Kareth looked at Lily. What must be done? Lily stared at the spinning symbols. Her face had gone very still. I have to let it speak first. Daniel looked horrified. That sounds exactly like something we should not do. If I overwrite it, we're doing what they do. Lily, if I refuse to look, fear stays in charge. Aaron understood before anyone else did. He did not like understanding. The road to truth passes through inherited fear. Lily walked toward the forward glass. Red light painted her face. The symbols turned like teeth. Aaron followed one step behind, close enough to catch her, not close enough to stop her. Kareth remained behind. For once, he did not try to stand between the human and the reptilian past. Maybe that was also a kind of courage. Lily placed her palm against the glass again. This time the red symbols entered her. She stood in an underground laboratory. Not Thal-Kor. Earth. The walls were blacker than hospital glass and warmer than human rooms should ever be. Children stood in rows before a projection of the burning planet. Grey technicians moved silently between them. Reptilian overseers watched from the rear, their eyes reflecting the lesson. The children were told humanity would destroy itself. The children were told fear was wisdom. The children were told supervision was mercy. A young girl looked toward Lily. No, not toward Lily. Through her. The girl's eyes were terrified. A symbol burned above the room. Protect. Then the scene shifted. A lunar chamber, souls entering false light. Warm voices telling the dead to surrender. A reptilian hand approved the cycle. A grey hand adjusted the frequency. A human soul forgot its own name. The same symbol burned above the corridor. Protect. The vision shifted again. A hatchery on some free world collapsing under war. Small bodies in heat cloth. Sereth Vel screaming without sound. A soldier holding her back because the fire had reached the oxygen moss and no one could enter. Above the hatchery, the symbol burned again. Protect. Lily understood then. The lie had survived because it was built around a true wound. The Warden doctrine had not invented love for children. It had imprisoned it. That made it harder to hate. That made it more dangerous. The red symbols pressed closer. Freedom kills. Choice abandons. Control preserves. Superior will protects. Lily wanted to recoil. She saw every abducted child, every erased human, every hybrid family used as experiment, every soul pulled into the corridor, every Warden archive that used the word unstable to describe someone grieving. Fear rose in her like flame. Burn it. Reject it. Seal the symbols forever. Let no serpent road open again. Then she heard the hatchling song. Hold. Breathe. I am here. Not from the Wardens, from before them, from Sha'Ryn, from the first vent, from a mother who had not known empire doctrine or species destiny. Only that two children were crying in the dark. Different blood, same fear. Lily pressed her hand deeper into the red light. You used protection as a mask, she whispered. The symbols shook. You turned grief into permission. The vision strained. You called control love because love was too dangerous to leave free. The red script cracked. Behind it, the crude symbol glowed. Ours. Lily did not attack the red script. She traced beneath it. Back through throne revision, back through priest revision, back through military revision, back through arc law, back through collapse, back to pressure, claw, heat, and stone. Her fingers moved against glass, not drawing over the symbol, excavating it. The ship responded. The horizon's thermal heart pulsed once. Then again. The red light flickered. Lily spoke the words without knowing the language until after they left her mouth. No hatchling survives alone. Kareth repeated them. Softly, in pressure language, Sha'Ryn joined him. Then, one by one, the verdant scale reformists aboard the horizon took up the phrase. Not as anthem, as memory. Elith spoke it next in grey harmonic syntax. Awkward, precise, beautiful. Daniel looked around the chamber, then muttered, Fine, and said it in English. No hatchling survives alone. Aaron said it with him. The human crew followed. Yeti resonance stones in the keel answered with a low mountain tone. The luminary light thread brightened. The witness released the pulse. Not outward, into the shared phrase. The sabotage weapon struck the horizon and found no single hierarchy to corrupt. No throne, no command, no superior will. Only a network of beings choosing one another without ownership. The red brood pulse collapsed. Outside the glass, black-red filaments tore free from the hull and scattered into the current like burnt roots. The horizon surged forward. Silence returned slowly. Real silence this time. Not suppression. Not stunned absence. The silence after survival, when bodies check themselves for missing pieces and minds are not yet ready to admit they remain whole. Daniel stared at his instruments. We are alive. The security officer swallowed. Is that confirmed? Daniel checked another display. Mostly. Do not make me ruin the moment. Elith turned from the phase console. Coherence restored to 93%. Outer lattice damaged but stable. Sabotage anchor lost lock. Kareth looked at the symbols fading from the forward glass. His voice was almost too low to hear. They used our oldest grief as a weapon. Aaron turned toward him. Kareth did not look away from the glass. We used it first. No one contradicted him. Lily stepped back. This time Aaron did catch her. She did not fall completely, but her knees weakened. He guided her toward the nearest bench while Sha'Ryn approached with the mineral tea and a thermal cloth. Daniel came over immediately. He tried to look analytical. Failed. "You should not do that again," he said. Lily took the cloth. "Probably, I mean it. I know, I have at least 7 categories of objection." "Only 7? I am still compiling." She almost smiled. Then the expression faded. "Daniel." His face changed. "What?" "The symbols recognized me." "We know." "No, not like before." She looked at her hands. The pressure marks had left faint red lines across her palms. They did not burn. They glowed softly, then faded under her skin like old ink remembering how to become blood. "They called me an interface." Daniel's posture shifted. Elith turned. Kareth became very still. Aaron sat beside Lily. "Interface for what?" Lily looked toward the forward glass, where the crude symbols still glimmered faintly. "Earth remnants." Daniel returned to the console and pulled the data from the contact event. Lines of pressure script appeared, translated imperfectly by the bridge. "Earth interface lineage. Architect adjacent capacity. Warden modification layer detected. Original access not Kashari property." Daniel read it twice. The second time the room seemed to understand before he spoke. "They didn't create your line," he said. Lily's face tightened. "But they changed it." Elith approached carefully. "The language suggests selection predated Warden involvement." "Architects beyond?" Aaron asked. "Or something connected to their remnants," Elith said. "The Kashari discovered the lineage later and modified access channels. They may have believed they owned the result because they altered the lock." Daniel's voice hardened. "That is how colonizers talk about doors they put chains on." Lily looked at him. "Say the plain version." Daniel's expression softened. "They didn't make you. They put handles on something already there." A brittle laugh escaped her. "That is not as comforting as you probably intended." "No," Daniel said, "but it is accurate." Kareth stepped closer, then stopped before entering her space. His eyes lowered. "I am sorry." Lily looked at him. "For this too?" His throat membrane moved once. "Yes, you didn't do this. My civilization did." "That is not the same thing." "No," he said, "but it is not nothing." The answer held, carefully, painfully. Lily wrapped the thermal cloth around her hands. "What was my bloodline supposed to do?" The witness answered, "Operate buried architect remnants without domination." Daniel looked at it. "You knew." "No. I infer from the root's reaction. Could you infer less dramatically next time?" "I will attempt to become less useful." "Not what I meant." Oren looked at Lily with quiet compassion. "Some inherit wounds. Some inherit keys. The cruelest systems make sure people cannot tell the difference." Lily closed her eyes. Aaron understood that look. She was standing at the edge of a question no one could answer for her. Was she chosen? Used? Altered? Trusted? Violated? All of them could be true. That was the terrible thing about old systems. They rarely left behind a single clean category for the living to occupy. Aaron placed his hand near hers, not touching. She opened her eyes and looked down at it. Then she took it. Only for a moment. "Enough. I'm tired of finding out pieces of myself have documentation," she said. Daniel's voice softened. "For what it is worth, documentation is not ownership, no." She looked toward the stars beneath reality. "But I want to read it before anyone else decides what it means." Kareth bowed his head. "This time not as warden, as witness. Then we will help you reach the archive." The horizon moved onward. The final stretch of the road beneath reality had no stars, only pressure. The interface current narrowed into an arc corridor so old that the horizon's instruments could not tell whether it had been built, grown, remembered, or mourned into existence. Walls appeared outside the hull, though Daniel insisted they were not walls. They were boundary behaviors shaped by repeated passage. No one found that phrase comforting. The corridor curved around the vessel in black gold bands. Ancient pressure script moved through the bands like veins under skin. Some symbols belonged to evacuation, others to quarantine, others to hatchery priority, others to military override added later, sharper and colder. Lily read them in fragments. Carry the young. Seal the sick. Do not open if the sky still burns. Throne access only. Unregistered coils denied. Hatchery failure. Memory transfer partial. Leave the dead names in the wall. Sha'Ryn wept silently at that one. Kareth stood behind her, saying nothing. There were times words would have insulted grief by trying to be enough. Ahead the corridor brightened, not with welcoming light, with red. Daniel checked the route. "Approach threshold," Eleth confirmed. "Localization field forming. We are exiting into conventional proximity." The witness stepped forward. "Thal-Kor is near." Aaron felt the ship change. Every reptilian aboard felt it first. Sha'Ryn dropped to one knee. Kareth gripped the rail with both hands. The verdant scale reformists began making low, involuntary sounds from their throats. Not songs, exactly. Not language. Body memory older than education. The thermal heart pulsed harder, then steadied. Even the ship seemed to know it was approaching the world whose dying children had taught its systems how to flee. Lily stood. Aaron stayed near her but did not reach this time. The forward glass darkened completely. For one breath there was nothing. Then the horizon emerged above Thal-Kor. At first, Aaron thought the planet was made of night. It filled the forward view, enormous and silent, turning beneath a red-orange star that looked exhausted by its own age. Thal-Kor's surface was black glass over black stone, continent-sized sheets of vitrified crust reflecting the star in broken, dull streaks. Ash storms moved across the plains in slow, bruised spirals. Dead mineral seas lay in cracked basins, their surfaces silver-black and still. No blue, no green, no clouds soft enough to comfort the eye, only heat scars, impact wounds, collapsed vent fields, mountain chains shaped like ribs. Across the northern hemisphere, a vast tear split the planet from horizon to horizon. The sky scar. Even from orbit it looked painful, not a canyon. A wound, the place where ancient arc launches had ripped through Thal-Kor's upper crust during the final evacuation, when survival had required violence against the world itself. Kareth made a sound Aaron had never heard from him before. Small, broken. He had been born long after Thal-Kor died. He had served a lunar empire that used Earth as machinery. He had stood inside the false corridor and obeyed laws built from stolen doctrine. But now he looked down upon his species' first home, and for a moment he was not warden, defector, criminal, ally, or witness. He was a child seeing a grave he had inherited before birth. Sha'Ryn touched the glass. "Home?" she whispered. Then she shook her head. "No," her voice broke. "Not home, but ours." Lily looked at the word on her fading palm. "Ours." Daniel's instruments chimed. "I'm detecting residual heat." Aaron turned. "Where?" Daniel enlarged the planetary scan. Most of Thal-Kor showed dead thermal fields, scattered radioactive pockets, old subterranean collapses, and phase distortions concentrated around black glass urban ruins. But beneath the sky scar, one region glowed, deep, amber-red, not volcanic, rhythmic, like a heartbeat buried beneath a dead world. The witness stared at it. The Ancestral Coil. Eleth's hands paused over the console. "Something else is there." Daniel magnified the signal. A dark structure moved through a military corridor on the far side of the planet, phase-sheathed but imperfectly hidden. Kareth's eyes narrowed. Sarith. The horizon drifted above the dead world. Below them, Thal-Kor turned slowly beneath its ancient wound. For millions of years the planet had been declared silent. But silence, Aaron had learned, was not always absence. Sometimes silence was a mouth held shut too long. And far beneath the sky scar, one wound still glowed.